to them.
Base package, so let's just install this. This gives us the basis of virtual box.
At the time, I didn't know how to set this up. I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
And I can use that word.
And I said to them,
So we go back. We're next going to install virtual box.
40251211 120238.
Of our virtual machine.
there is still a virtual machine action to change this.
For example, on external
Telling us that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively.
Location, what's your 10-20?
Roddy, Route 20. Roddy, we clear for Wood Jackson. Route 20 is coming back.
Location, what's your 10-20? Location, what's your 10-20?
His parents. Mr. Wyman was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically transferred to jail. And we have new reporting tonight on Nick and his complicated relationship with his parents. Morgan Chesney starts us off tonight at the court in Los Angeles. These are some of the most serious charges.
Charlie, be advised, Ministry of Human Transport is on for
cater to our views. We can only expect.
Just click the link in the description or go to buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen to save up to 20% off during this holiday season. Order by December 15th to guarantee because great gifts like these earbuds will soon show up later. That's buyraycon.com/coldfusionopen. The links are below in the description too. Thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video. Now back to the story. At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI into every part of its services.
Fat.
Guys, can you get the cake here, please? Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm 4 minutes away from now.
Back to the story. At the same time, without fixing the basics, the company began pushing AI into every part of its services.
Can you figure out where it is?
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate
Public comment.
You know, all this contact and everything.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Even to 10 months later.
When you want information in the file, you put it there. When you want it back, you get it out again. You don't have to think about size or number of records or number of fields or anything like that unless it's really germane to your program.
Yeah, and then 9:15,
the layout.
Well, I haven't had any sync issues or anything like that. Well, I use it for everything, not just work. I use it for my grocery list, my video game.
I love having music on. They're great. It also makes things different from regulated. I've been using Raycon's just outside your earbuds, and honestly, they're clear, great. What makes these different from regulated is that they sit just outside your earbuds. You get a clear, full sound while still hearing what's up.
Hello, me out at 5346 Catamaran 75.
PO1.
PO1.
501, someone please asking for an
Hello?
Frank?
traffic.
Hello?
praise among the nations of the earth. In the time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness. In the day of trouble, suffer not our trust.
Hello.
People to rely on your strength. Wise decisions for the well-being of society.
Program. To tweaker, to advanced CPU settings.
Me too.
Alright, there.
I think that's right.
Yeah, 28 for that tractor. Me, Lincoln Mary 60460. Lincoln Mary 60460. And 27. Give me 06817333. 06817333.
Scan complete. System is secure.
You're just going to say.
My 10 o'clock.
Heads, if you'd like to remain standing, do whatever it is that makes you feel comfortable. Let's just give thanks to the lovely council and city staff members that are here, and hope that
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall. We're going to start our commendations and proclamations. So we gather, as we do every Tuesday, to acknowledge individuals, businesses, and organizations who make it a priority to positively impact our community by making a difference in the lives of others. This morning, at-large Councilman Roland Barrera will be assisting me with reading our proclamations. So our first proclamation honors Our commendation honors Mr. Jerry Mango for his over 45 years of exemplary service and leadership in promoting tennis and aquatic programs across the Coastal Bend community. So now I'll read the commendation. So it is a privilege to honor Jerry Mango for his 45 years of exceptional service, leadership, and lasting impact on the Corpus Christi community through tennis and youth mentorship. Jerry Mango's journey is one defined by perseverance, by purpose, and a deep belief in the power of mentorship. Born in Venezuela and raised in Peru, he came to the United States in 1971, carrying with him a strong work ethic and a lifelong commitment to service, values that would shape both his career and his legacy in the Coastal Bend. Thank you, William. Jerry began coaching tennis in the Corpus Christi area in 1979 and went on to serve for decades at Oak Ridge Club in Portland, North Shore Country Club, and the Corpus Christi Country Club, where he has led tennis programs for more than 23 years. Along the way, he built strong adult and junior programs and created opportunities for countless young athletes, many of whom earned college scholarships because of the foundation he provided early in their lives. Recognizing the importance of starting young, Jerry founded the Shark Tennis Academy, which I'll never forget.
City Manager Peterson,
a program for children 10 and under that introduced tennis through discipline, encouragement, entertainment, and of course, fun. For many families, this program marked the beginning of a lifelong connection to the sport, but to the values that Jerry instilled. Young boys he once coached grew into accomplished men, several of whom went on to establish tennis foundations of their own, carrying forward the lessons he taught them. Beyond the court, Jerry gave significant service to the profession itself, holding leadership roles with the Coastal Bend Tennis Association, the Corpus Christi Tennis Association, and the USPTA Tennis Division, where he proudly served as president. His career has been recognized with the RSPA Texas Division, Tut Bergson Lifetime Achievement Award in 2026, the USPTA Texas Tennis Professional of the Year in 2022, and the USPTA National Industry Excellence Award in 2013. So it is with sincere appreciation and gratitude that we honor Jerry Mango for a lifetime of service, a lifetime of leadership, and absolutely a legacy that continues to shape lives and strengthen our community. Jerry, thank
beach
you.
Permits is something we're talking about. Amendments to the trust funds or replacement with impact fees is something the council will decide.
As everybody knows here, it's all about a team.
TERS number 7 creation. That's a new TERS. TERS creation policy, so that as the requests for new TERS come in, we'll have a policy framework to assess that request.
Same office, 4 feet
we have
across
sales
from each
tax
other for about 40
implementation
years.
to talk to the council about in the last sales
swimming.
tax election.
Mine was tennis,
the project
so
finance
I've always
zone
been
for
the
the Hilliard
director of
Center
tennis and swim.
that the legislature
and yes, it's all about
approved
the
for
kids.
us. Housing needs assessment,
I've,
and then water supply projects, the water conservation plan, and the level 1 water emergency. So I'm just going to flip through a few slides here for you to give you a little more context.
His coach,
beginning with the bond program.
One of my kids.
And so bond 26 is something that the council will decide if we want to do. We're in a cycle of doing a bond program every 2 years.
I will always continue teaching, and it's all for the kids.
Bond 26 would be on the ballot this November
if
the city council
for many years. So.
We would recommend funding consistent with what we've done in the past couple of bond programs. That includes the basics, streets, parks, public safety facilities, and other facilities as well. So one thing we know already as we work with our financial advisors is that this bond program will be smaller than the last one. The last one was $175 million. We don't have the financial capacity due to reductions in our property tax assessed value, doubling the homestead exemption, lower growth. So it will be less than $175 million. We're going to recommend a bond program, though, just to continue the work. We know that in this bond program, several projects are in design, including streets in District 5. We have a library that's in design. We have police substations and fire stations in design. Just a forewarning, we're not going to be able to do all of these given the reduction in the size of the bond program. But we're going to recommend continuing some of these projects. And so that's part of the conversation that will begin in this next quarter. Okay, and the budget for 27, that's really more towards the third quarter, the early summertime. But as we promised this council, we're going to get the community engaged early on. And so in February, we'll bring the comprehensive budget calendar to the council. That'll show that in April, we're going to begin community engagement.
Delta Sigma Theta Sorority
Before
was
even
founded
the
by
council
22
workshop on the budget.
young African-American female college students in 1913 on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C.
What we did last year, which
the
is a
sorority has a
survey
113-year history of championing humanity, justice, public service, civil rights, and women's rights specifically by participating in the National Women's Suffrage Voting Rights Demonstration held in 1913 in Washington, D.C. And whereas Delta Sigma Theta Sorority's alumni demonstrate accomplishments in many fields, members include Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, former Secretary of U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Marsha Fudge, retired U.S. Navy four-star Admiral Michelle Howard, former U.S. Attorney General Loretta Lynch, the late Shirley Chisholm, Queen Latifah, the late Aretha Franklin, and the late Cecily Tyson, just to name a few. And whereas each year in the month of January, the Corpus Christi Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated comes together to commemorate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., including a celebration march that reminds us of our interdependence and reaffirms the sorority's commitment to the betterment of our communities through civility and service.
So that's coming up as well.
So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim January the 19th of 2026 the 40th annual Martin Luther King holiday celebration and commemorative March Day in Corpus Christi, Texas, and we encourage all citizens to commemorate the birth of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and know that his legacy lives on.
On some of these fees and permits, and we heard from council the last meeting, but we need to continue that work so that we get these
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate it. I'm the current president of the Corpus Christi Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority. I just want to say thank you to the community for supporting this event. It branches back many years, decades. It's really a blessing to be able to commemorate the 40th anniversary of this event here. I want to thank the members of our sorority who showed up today. Always a force, always present, and always eager to affect change, and that really is what our sorority is about. So thank you for being here. We want to again invite the community to the march. It's always held on the holiday. Remember, a day on, not a day off. So it'll be Monday, January 19th. We'll start at noon at the Nueces County Courthouse, have a brief commencement ceremony. From there, we'll march about a mile to the Church of the Good Shepherd, and we'll have another brief program to conclude. I even think we're going to have some City of Corpus Christi staff members participating in the program. So we always want to thank the city for being a valued partner, a great partner in this event and helping us just get the word out. We really appreciate it. Any updates about our program will be on our Facebook page. If you follow the Corpus Christi Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, again, it's a great opportunity. We love to serve the community, and we really invite everyone. This is an event for everyone to come engage with your fellow neighbors, maybe learn something, and learn ways to really take action just to make our community, our state, and our nation a more just and equitable world for
certain capital projects, and then in the last bond program, including money for streets, we were able to backfill that. But our options are running out, and so this chart here shows you, there's a lot of columns, but if you look at the column called adopted FY26 budget, today we have $93 million for streets by our two general fund funding streams that have dedicated revenues for streets, and then the bond program had a $35 million package. This 27 shown here is the remainder. We already spent some last fiscal year. So $93 million, the fiscal cliff, or the street funding cliff, can be seen in that column called the forecast for 27. It's a 47% reduction in available funding because we don't have any more one-time revenues, we don't have any more fund balance, we don't have the street fee, property tax revenue. There's a zero in there for the bond program, but that's some of the policy we'll talk about with the council. I'm going to probably be recommending a package in the bond program that would almost consume the
Placements
part of that bond program just for
our
residential
final proclamation
streets.
recognizes
So we can keep
January
funding somewhat close to $93 million.
as Human Trafficking Awareness Month and encourages communities to stand together in solidarity to ensure that every citizen is free from exploitation.
About many times in our budget development
processes. I will read the proclamation.
But it's
thank you, Mayor. Whereas human trafficking is a heinous crime that violates the dignity, safety, and freedom of individuals affecting communities across the United States, and right here in the coastal bend. And whereas the city of Corpus Christi recognizes that combating human trafficking requires vigilance, education, prevention, and a unified effort among local agencies, nonprofits, families, and citizens. And whereas New Life Refuge Ministries have been instrumental in raising awareness, providing specialized residential care for child survivors, equipping youth with internet and phone safety education, and training partners, teachers, and professionals to recognize and prevent trafficking. And whereas New Life Refuge Ministries, through its prevention programs, community partnerships, and restorative support services, continues to serve as a vital resource in our city's efforts to protect children and empower survivors. And whereas the city of Corpus Christi is committed to supporting initiatives that defend vulnerable children, promote public education, and mobilize the community to identify, prevent, and report trafficking. And whereas January is nationally recognized as Human Trafficking Awareness Month, a time for communities to stand together in solidarity with survivors, honor frontline advocates, and ensure that every citizen is free from exploitation.
In concert with this, Otherwise,
now,
it can't
therefore,
be done.
pursuant to the powers
And so
vested
we don't
in
want,
me,
we
as
don't
the mayor
want,
of
we
the
just
city
talked
of
about
Corpus
partnership
Christi,
earlier
I
in our
do
church
hereby
meeting, but we don't
proclaim
want Port Aransas or
January
the
of
county to
2026
try to go it
Human
alone, and then
Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage all residents to learn the signs of trafficking, support prevention and recovery efforts, and join organizations such as New Life Refuge Ministries in protecting the most vulnerable among us.
This project is almost, I guess, 6 years old. This
Thank
council
you.
and this
We
community,
really,
or this
we really appreciate
organization,
the support not only of our city, but also, as you can see, our local law enforcement is one of our valued partners in fighting this crime. They really get to do the rescue work and the investigative work. We do the restorative work and the educational piece. And then we also, like I said, have partners, and they are a very important partner to us. So we couldn't do it without the work that they do. And we are grateful for the support of the city of Corpus Christi, and our mayor has always been willing to be there for us whenever we need it, so I appreciate that. So it's kind of red. Human Trafficking Month, the color is obviously blue, and just real quick, I guess we kind of kicked off our inaugural Run Against Trafficking last Saturday, and we will be having our big Boots and Bling event on January the 23rd. So that's kind of how we bring awareness to this month, is with several events going on. So that's it for me.
The City Council has not taken the vote yet on, are we going to fix the trust funds, or are we going to switch over to impact fees? And so again, this is like a decade. This is pretty unique for this council. You'll be making history here. The council has to decide. We're going to be bringing this back to council in the March timeframe. And what's the last action that happened from the council is the council told the SEAC, that committee, to what would it take to improve the trust funds so that they would be on the same footing with an impact fee, generate the same amount of money. And the SEAC did that, and so they're going to present those recommendations to this council. They'll be presenting them first to the Planning Commission. And then the council will have a choice, which is we can take the trust funds and make these amendments to them to generate enough money. And on today's agenda, there's a couple of items where we're using the trust funds. Or we can switch over to what is commonly used across Texas and the country, which is impact fees. And so that's coming to this council.
Thank you.
The Terra 7 creation is is a policy item too.
So next we have a very special presentation. I bet everyone thought that the holidays were behind you, but we have a little more cheer to bring to your season as we recognize the winners of the 2025 Mayor's Sparkling Christmas Lights Contest presented by the AEP Foundation. So from the months of November and December, the Downtown Management District team, in partnership with the downtown businesses, brought the holiday spirit to life by decorating and illuminating the heart of our city. Those holiday installations included lighting up 3 downtown parks, the historic Artesian Park, La Retama Park, and Water's Edge Park, 33 city blocks, and 12 downtown streets. So we had over 93,000 lights total that lit up downtown, from trees to candy canes to Christmas trees. We had so many, which is amazing. So this contest presented by the AEP Foundation started in 2018 and is so much fun for everyone. Community inclusive event that provides downtown businesses the opportunity to put their decorating skills to the test as they decorated their buildings, their storefronts, and windows during the holiday season. So with generous funding provided by AEP Foundation, participants stand a chance or stood a chance to win cash prizes totaling over $13,000 in 5 different categories, including the highly coveted holiday champion.
Sales tax venues.
So this year saw the return of the People's Choice Award, empowering the community to vote for their favorite decorations. Regardless of who our winners are today, I want to sincerely thank every property owner, every business owner, entrepreneur, and artist who participated and lit up downtown for the holidays. I would now like to invite Arlene Madrano, the Executive Director of RDMD, to kick off the award ceremony and give out those fun awards.
It's a 20-year tax. Each of those
presentation
1/8 cent generates about $200 million. And so we have to bring to council how do we want to
businesses who participated in this year's Sparkling Christmas Lights contest presented by AEP. We were absolutely blown away by the efforts and time that everyone put into decorating their storefronts for the community to enjoy. The purpose of the contest is to honor the tradition of bringing holiday joy and cheer to the people of Corpus Christi and to visitors of Corpus Christi, to support businesses who work year-round to bring us goods and services. So being able to host this event for the 8th year in a row is truly an honor for the DMD, and we're grateful for our presenting sponsor, the AEP Foundation, for trusting us to bring this event to life again. Here with me today is Griselda Calzada, Regional External Affairs Manager for AEP Texas, who is going to help us present these awards for the 2025 winners.
Use beverage over a 30-year period.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Griselda Calzada. I'm the Regional External Affairs Manager for AEP Texas, and we are so honored to be here today to present these awards to the folks that helped lighten up our Christmas and start the Christmas spirit right in downtown Corpus Christi. We are honored to be the sponsors of this annual event and be able to bring this public space to the communities and the visitors of Corpus Christi. So without further ado, let's get started.
Some type of
so all of you here today know you've won something, but you don't know what exactly. When we call your business name, please come up to accept your award and stay standing, because we'll do one group photo for the whole category. Each category, there is a second runner-up, a first runner-up, and the category winner, and each will receive a cash prize. So in the category of best window display, we have second runner-up, access tattoo and body piercing.
And so we're hiring a consultant to do that. We had an RFP out in November.
2020 vintage.
Companies put in a request to do this work for us.
And the winner of Best Window Display, Tea and Wildflowers Emporium, owned by Terry Moore. So y'all come on up.
Council approves, or if you approve an alternate, we'll study our housing needs here in the community and help us identify what type of housing do we need, how much affordable housing, what percentage of the AMI, what type of housing, where. And so this will be a good tool that we don't have today, but the policy issue for the council will be making sure the scope in that housing needs assessment, and I know I talked to Councilwoman Paxson on generally the scope to begin with, but the council needs to be in agreement with the scope, and then ultimately you're going to pick the firm as well, or approve the firm's contract, I should say, as well. And then our water supply, we have several things on the agenda on this today, so I won't belabor these here, but water supply projects are going to be still front and center. This probably should have been number one on the list because it's number one in all of our
in the next category, and we can save the applause till the end to save on time, because I know we have a council meeting coming up. In the category of best window paint, we have second runner-up, Impact Marketing, first runner-up, El Camino, Comida and Bar, and the winner of the best window paint is Water Street Oyster Bar.
Work there, Bonnie Davis, Councilman Hernandez, and both Paxton have asked me just in the last couple of days to get some information going there. So those are projects that will be coming to you in policy form over the next 3 months. And also in that is the far field model. We don't have a slide for it, but in that, okay, here it is. We do have one. So the far field model also is important. We have 2 committees that were formed through the Christmas break with the council's help. Total of 18 individuals on each of the committees. The first one is on the far field model, work that will be done for the Inner Harbor project, and their first meeting, that committee's completely convened. Their first meeting for the far field model, I want to make sure I get this right here, is February 24th. So all of our committee meetings will be here at City Hall on 6th floor.
Next category is best use of lights. We have second runner-up, Mully's Irish Pub.
We want this to be the most transparent process ever.
And the winner of the best use of lights is the Goldfish Bar.
We're also going to have all the minutes transcribed
by Houston Boswell and Mike Schreiber.
Everything that's said in those meetings. We're not picking any firm until the committee meets. The committee is going to help us pick the firm to do the far field modeling. And then similarly on the water conservation plan, we want that to be very transparent as well. 18 individuals there will help us update our water conservation plan. We do have one, but it has to be updated. And the council did appoint 9 members there, and I appointed 9 as well. Mine focused mostly on these smaller I shouldn't say small, but the communities around Corpus Christi that we supply water to. And so many of the cities like Portland, Ingleside, I think we have one from north as well, will be working. Their first meeting is January 22nd. And those meetings will also be here on the 6th floor. They'll be open to the public, open to the council. We do encourage the council to go, especially to the Farfield one.
Thank you.
I had a couple council members asking that
Okay, in the
during my
category
one-on-one
of
meetings with
people's
you recently.
choice, this is the
I would
only
encourage you to go
category
to all of them
that
if you can. And if you
empowers
can't,
the community
watch at
to
least some
choose
of
and
the
celebrate their
videos
favorite
or
display.
read
So
some
we
of the
have the
highlight
community
minutes that we're
vote
gonna
from
have
December
available, both of that
5th through
and the,
December
and the water,
31st.
I mean,
And the community voted for People's Choice
And then,
Award,
not
second
to end
runner-up,
on something,
Wildflowers Emporium,
that's pretty high,
first runner-up, Harrison's
pretty,
Landing,
you
and
know,
the winner
pretty
of the People's Choice
significant, but
Award, the
level one
Bridge
water
Bar,
emergency,
owned by Genevieve Cantu.
Policy will be coming to council too in these next 2.5 months. So we've never been in a water situation like this where curtailment is being discussed. So I don't have any book I can just open up and say, okay, this is how the last city manager did it. So we got to create it. We got to create, and Nick has a draft plan already, and things like what is it? What's it? What is curtailment? What does it mean? How do we reach it? I just told one news reporter that really it's the only way it's going to happen is if we have to get into it is by a regional commitment amongst ourselves to work together to get through it. So we're hoping, as Councilwoman Paxton knows and others know, that we don't have to get into curtailment. We're bringing on more water than we ever had through different supplies, groundwater supplies, including in Nueces County and Evangeline and San Patricio County.
Category
but we'd be foolish if we
is the
weren't
Holiday
ready just in case if
Champion.
we
So
did
the highly
have to
coveted
go into
Holiday
curtailment.
Champion Award
So
is presented
we
to the
have to have
business earning the
conversation with the
highest
city council
overall
and the
score.
region,
So second
so they
runner-up
can
is
be
the
ready just in
Executive Surf
case.
Club.
We'd be foolish
First
not to be
runner-up,
ready
House of Rock,
just in case.
and the
So
Holiday
that's something that we'll
Champion
be talking to the council
is, don't
about
go
as
too
well.
far,
So on this last
Genevieve,
slide
because it's
here,
the Bridge Bar.
these are them. These are the 15. And these are just the big policy items I just went through. There's several others as well that we could have put on the list, but these are the ones that impact the community, and especially will take the attention of the city council and the city professional team over the next 2.5 months. So the bond program, the budget, crime control, health inspection, food, permit fees, streets funding, our beach permit, amendments to the trust funds or the replacement, the TERS 7 creation, TERS policy, sales tax implementation recommendations, the project finance zone, our housing needs, water supply, water conservation, and level 1 water emergency. So since this is the first meeting, Mayor, I thought it'd be good to share that with you. I've talked to several council members in my one-on-one meetings with the council as well early last week, but I thought it'd be good to show the council and the community, and that concludes my report. So I'm here, and some of the executives are here as well if we have any detailed questions that the council might have.
Thank you, Peter. Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point this out, Peter. I'm very disappointed with you on the Farfield Advisory Board because of the fact that I think the council directed you to make sure that this committee is not that big. I don't think.
Okay, well, congratulations to all the winners of the 2025 Mayor Sparkling Christmas Lights Contest, and thank you to all who participated, all of the downtown businesses. It means a lot, and it makes for a wonderful tradition. Through your efforts, downtown Corpus Christi became a premier holiday destination. So we're excited to continue this tradition next year. So we'll see what that season brings us. Everybody's got to kick up their game, whatever the bar did, or the bridge. Yeah, they have it down. Wow. Thank you all. And this concludes our commendation period, and we'll start the council meeting here momentarily.
Yeah, so we didn't put a request for bid out. We have about 7 firms that do this, that we know through our own knowledge and then through consultant knowledge. And so those 7 firms will be presented to the committee.
Is one of the 7 the same firm that did it for the Port of Corpus Christi?
Yes, it sure is, yeah. It is, and on the panel itself, Councilman, we had hoped that the council would pick some of the appointees I put on there, like somebody from the Hart Institute, somebody from the UT Marine Science Institute, somebody from the Texas State Aquarium, somebody from Hillcrest, somebody from North Beach. So my appointees kind of filled in what we verbally had talked to the council about, but the council didn't pick anybody from those institutions or neighborhoods. But we will have a professional consultant, Councilman.
Okay.
And so I think, I hear your concern.
What's our budget on that? Like, what are we paying for this consultant?
Yeah, it's going to be a couple $100,000. You know, for
consultant?
Because we have two. Yeah, we have two consultants. We have one that's going to help us do the scope of work. That was plumber, and then we're going to have one.
I mean, with due all respect, Peter, do we have a consultant to figure out what toilet paper we have to buy? I mean, we have
this
all
is
these
bigger than toilet paper. Yeah.
And I mean, Jesus, I mean, we just pay consultants and consultants. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, this is important for you and the community, and so it's, you know, the DSAP project is, that baseline project was $757 million, so we want to make sure,
that's just crazy.
That's a high number, you know, that's a high estimate, but we're going to have, let me tell you, we're going to have.
So the consultant is going to figure out what?
So we're going to have two. What's that?
Are they going to pick who we're going to use?
No, I just said they're not going to pick. So who's going to pick is the committee of 18, and the city staff will be advising. So the one consultant has to draft the scope of work, like what is it that we're doing, and have enough detail professionally that a consultant will know what to do for work. The other consultant will have is one that'll help manage the meetings.
But we couldn't discuss that with the contractor that we were going to have them do? Like,
total, 1 bulldog, green color.
We're trying to save money here.
This is going to be another dark brown dog.
Things you guys say, and we're just
If I
spending
know her
money
dog
left and right.
was
I mean,
hurt.
It bothers me.
She is bleeding. It's unspecified if it's going to be there pure the dog.
For something like
That's going to be
if we're going to
bleeding.
pay good money for a far-field study, they should be able to tell us what kind of far-field study we need to get.
Well, they will, but so the 7 firms, right, that we have on the list right now, we can get 7 different opinions on what we need. So we have to, in the procurement process, there has to be an understanding of what do you want. And so, yeah. But we'll try to bring that price down. That's, again, the highest estimate.
Okay, thank you.
And then,
Councilman Cantu, I'm sorry, Hernandez.
Councilman Cantu, I think the consultants to figure out the far-field model are going to be more expensive than the actual far-field model.
Well, I think that's included in there too, Councilman, so thank you. That's all in. All right. It's 3 consultants, actually, so thank you. You get one to help us draft what is the scope of work, and they're going to actually stay on retainer through the whole project as an owner's agent. Then we're going to have the far-field modeler, which we know is $50,000 to $100,000, which the council asked for. So we're doing what you asked for. And then the last consultant is one to help have meaningful meetings, a facilitator. So we want this to be good.
Okay, Peter. We'll leave it at that. You had mentioned that you had a slide on streets during your presentation about how much funding is available for it, but you also included Type B funding for arterials and commercial streets. That was funding that we would have had from different programs. Is that going to be included in your overall assessment on how much we spend on streets? Because it's not included in this. This is just for residential streets.
Right, yeah, that's correct, Councilman. Yes,
so are we replacing any of the commercial streets or arterial streets that we're doing through our normal maintenance program with Type B funding that we've assigned to it for this year? Because it kicks in this year.
Right, it does. Yeah, it's already kicked in. So January 1, we began collecting that money.
Okay, so is any of that, can we move any of that money that we're going to spend on arterials into residential?
I believe we can, Councilman. I'm trying to remember if it was dedicated to collector and arterials, but I believe we can. So it's $4.5 million.
I think we need a bigger picture than just the isolation of the residential street program.
Yeah.
So when you bring the streets program to us, make sure you bring us the entire picture of
Chairman Everett Roy,
all the programs associated and all the funding sources. I think this gives us a wrong impression of how much money is actually available for streets.
That's pretty close, Councilman.
Okay, just
the only thing not in there right now is the $4.5 million for the sales tax.
Give us the full picture.
Mark Scott.
Okay, I also want to correct something on the CAC. It's not just the trust funds versus
Thank you.
Impact fees. They also did a lot of work on master plans for the city, consolidating and digitalizing that. And a good portion of what they were doing was on master plans, which was sorely needed. And the reason why I voted to spend the funding in order to create those master plans. So I want to make sure that it's not something that we did that didn't produce some sort of viable results. Because it did. The master plans were sorely needed to consolidate it throughout the city.
Sorry, Peyton Fleming.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's correct.
Judge Scott is requesting up to $2 million from the TERS to help funding this effort. While this amount will not cover the full cost of the project, current estimates are ranging from $3 million to $12 million. The county has committed to providing the remaining funds required to complete the demolition, ensuring that this project moves forward without placing an undue financial burden on the TERS.
Dan and Jennifer
For
Buxton
many years, the county has worked diligently in good faith to preserve the historic courthouse along with the community.
low-income housing programs
We are deeply
and
grateful
the value of
for
all
that commitment and the passion shown by so many. Unfortunately,
the housing authority,
after
everything
extensive
that's in
evaluation,
existence.
it has become very clear that
And
the preservation
it seems
is
like
no
there's
longer a
quite a
feasible
bit that's in
or
existence,
fiscally responsible
or there's
option.
tax subsidized
What remains of the structure
housing
now
programs.
presents ongoing
And I
safety
think
concerns,
that needs to be
increasing costs, and continued
upfront
uncertainty.
when we're talking about this, not
Approving
just
this
from a
funding allows us
baseline
to take a
of
responsible
nothing
step forward,
and saying
one
we
that
need more
prioritizes
housing.
public safety,
We need to
financial
understand what's in
accountability, and the
existence,
future of this
and
community.
that should be a
By
large
acting now,
part
we
of
can
what
bring a
is
closure to a
available. I know we're going
longstanding
to be
issue
talking
and
about a
begin
9%
redirecting
housing tax
resources
credit
towards new
program that's receiving
opportunities
some
that will
funding
better
from
serve
Type
our
B.
community.
But
We respectfully ask
we
for your
have to
support in this
understand
important
how
decision, and
much
thank you for
of-
your continued partnership
how much
and leadership.
money has been put into it already.
Thank you.
And it goes back decades.
Okay, I'm going to
It's
go right
not
to the
just in
agenda
near-
item.
Since the last 10 years.
Right.
I mean,
This is a
just
resolution to
didn't get one
approve
that
the
was done 30
12th
years ago.
amendment to the tax
So
increment
I want to make
reinvestment
sure
zone.
that, we get the
number
full
3
picture
project
on
and
anything that you
financing
bring to
plan
council.
to allow
that it's,
reimbursement to
it's
government
not just what's in
agencies
front
that
of us, it's the
participate in the
entire
TERS number 3
50,000
for demolition
Okay.
of publicly owned buildings not to exceed $2 million.
Councilwoman Vaughn? Just want to clarify.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Arlene Medrano, Executive Director of the Downtown Management District.
Correct. Yeah, thank you for
As
the clarification.
Mr. Chairman
Yeah, just
announced, the item before you is a resolution to approve the 12th Amendment to the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone. In 2008, the City of Corpus Christi created the Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 3 in the city's downtown, adopting a project and financing plan. The project plan is required by the state of Texas, must include all activities of a tax increment reinvestment zone, and must be adopted by the municipality by ordinance. The 12th Amendment provides for a TERS member agency reimbursement program. That program details, in order to facilitate the demolition of publicly owned buildings for the government agencies that participate in this TERS, namely the City of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, and Delmar College District. This program shall be a reimbursement basis, and the applicant agency shall designate an individual responsible for submitting the application to participate in the program, provide all supporting documentation of cost to support the application, and shall submit the request for reimbursement form once the demolition is complete. Reimbursement of costs of demolition shall be paid out in 3 annual payments for the total cost of demolition not to exceed $2 million. Additionally, there will not be any reimbursement paid to the applicant agency after the expiration of the TERS. It's important to note that the item before you today is not allocating funds. The item before you today is opening the door to allow for an application to come forward on January 27th. So we have to amend the project and financing plan to create a program to allow for this type of project, and then we'll see an application
violations of decorum.
Later
We're here
this
to do
month.
the people's
I stand
work,
by
so
for
let's proceed in that spirit. If you want to speak on a specific agenda item during its discussion, you don't need to sign up beforehand. I will ask for public comment when the council considers the item.
So,
at that time, you may come out to the podium and speak.
I'm all in.
And I'll ask City Attorney Miles Wilson to review the council meeting rules of decorum,
would be the development project. Will there be a development project associated with the ask? Right, because I think we criticize ourselves, and I've been critical, and I've heard others be critical of us.
All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. Please state your name and the city in which you live before beginning your comments. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will help manage the allotted time. If you have a petition or relevant information, please present it to the city secretary before speaking, and she will hand it out to us.
I mean, the property is now owned by a governmental entity, which means it's not on the tax roll.
Do we have any public comment on these board or committee appointments? Today we have the Island Strategic Action Committee and the Landmark Commission.
In the downtown development area.
Okay, there being no public comment on these appointments, we'll go ahead and move forward with that. Ms.
If we allocate $2 million and it's $4 million to tear it down, and they sell it to
Action Committee. There are
Eric
2
over here, and he
vacancies
sits on
representing
it for
the
10
following
years, and
preferred but not
that's no
required
one all right.
categories.
That's not good
One
either. I'm
residential
curious. That's
property owner
fascinating to me
and
that we
one
don't
Padre Isles
wait
property owner.
and demolish it when we have a development project, because that would create new tax revenue, right? I mean,
Okay, we have Terry
I guess
Brown
I
and
want to
Ms.
argue
News.
that it's on the tax
Any
rolls for
other
zero today
nominations?
because it's government owned. And
No, we have no plans to develop anything on
I'll
that
move to approve the 2.
But no plans to solicit development projects for
All
the
in favor,
plan
say aye.
website? Wow.
Any opposed,
So we're
say
going to
no.
write a $2 million
The motion
check
carries.
Okay, next
so
we
that it
have
can
the
be
Landmark
sold
Commission.
and put back into
There's 1 vacancy representing the
private
preferred but
sector.
not required category of real estate.
But no private commitment to develop
Mayor, I
the
suggest
site.
that we table this to get more
suspect with the
applications.
location of
There's
that
only
property,
2,
when
and
the Harbor Bridge comes down, the old Harbor Bridge and
since it's
all
the
the other
preferred
property
category
around
is real
there
estate, there's
is
no
developed. I know
nobody
there
that
have been
submitted that
people
has
who
a
have
real
talked to
estate
me about
background
development
for
projects
that
there.
board. Considering this
That's
is,
going to be extremely
determining
valuable
whether or
piece of
not
property. And just the fact that it's back on the tax rolls is going to bring money to the city,
identification, I think we
county,
need to have
school
somebody with
districts.
real experience on this board.
If it's
I
sold,
recommend that we
Arlene,
table it
at our
for
next
more
meeting,
applications.
could
I agree
you
with that,
estimate
but I'd
what
like
the
to know
TERS
what we
revenue
do
would be
to
if
try
it's
to
sold
gain
in
more
the back in the
or interest?
private sector? I don't care if you think it's going to be valued at $2 million, $5 million, $2 million.
Yeah, this one,
just
it's a very
it's a $2 million
specific type
contribution,
of
but the
board, right?
concept,
Because
and I'm all in. I hope it's
what it does.
redeveloped. I just would like
It works with, it promotes the use of historical and cultural landmarks for the culture, prosperity, education, and general welfare of the people of the city. So it's just it's a specific sect of people, I guess, who would be interested in that type of board. We can go out and continue to do some recruitment. We send out recruitment on LinkedIn, and you can send it out to specific groups, architects, historians, people like that, and see if we can gauge some interest there.
The Texas Historical Society is now allowing us to do that.
Right.
They could change their mind.
Correct.
And like I
with
said,
with,
I think it's an
the next
important thing
board
with
that they
regards to
have that
this, and I
comes
was very
in.
active in
So we want to move
in
forward
the
while we have the
ordinance
opportunity.
that was
to
updated
deal
with it,
building
to make sure
development.
that, we have
The other question
a good
is,
supervise and good policies
recent
surrounding
cost
our
estimate. I guess you said it
I agree.
probably 3 to 12.
Yes, I'm motion table is for further
We won't know
recruitment.
the final
We have a
cost
motion
of the
and a second.
demolition.
All in
We
favor,
have 2
say aye.
engineering firms now that
Any
are working
opposed, say
on
no. The motion carries.
process for the demolition.
Great. Moving on
And we have
to
some
the
cost
consent agenda
estimates. We
item.
don't
Before
have
we go
anything
there,
in
I
hard
want to let
numbers
everybody
yet.
know that per
We won't know
Councilman
that
Quest,
until
we're
we
pulling
go out
item
for
number
bid. The
21
next step
from
that we
the
are fixing
agenda
to
for this meeting, probably
begin
back
is the
the 27th of
asbestos
January.
remediation of the building.
So consent agenda,
So after that's
does any
done,
council member
and we know
would any
what we're
council
going to
member
have to
like to
do
pull
with
an
respect
item,
to that, then we'll
3 through
do whatever
14 for
remediation is
individual
required.
discussion?
And then we'll go out for bid for
5
demolition.
and number 6.
The reason I bring that second part up is I'm sensitive
Any request
because
from
of
the
our
public
recent
to make
Briscoe
public comment on
Pavilion
items 3 through
experience where
14?
we committed a certain amount of funds, and then we were told we needed more funds, and then in that we were told that the estimate was in 2022, and shame on me, right? Shame on me for not going, oh, wait a minute.
Item number 11 is
I would hope we get a
one reading
pretty
emergency
recent
ordinance
estimate so we know what it's going to
12th
cost. There have been 2
amendment
parts
to
to
the
that, by
tax
the way.
Well,
increment
that's the reason we
reinvestment
put in
zone,
this,
not to exceed
the wording
$2
here is
million
that
to
will
government
not exceed
agencies
$2 million, so if it costs us
that
$12 million,
participate in the TERS number
all
3
we're
for
going to ask
demolition of
for
the
the TERS
publicly
is
owned buildings
And if it
approved by
I'm
the
in
board
for
of
2.
directors.
If it is 12,
So,
and it doesn't happen,
I heard the
how long are we
debacle this
how long are we
morning
reserving
from,
the
Are
you
in there?
Did you go through also or what?
Oh, it's New Year. Happy New Year. We
how do we
forget
have the link to do that?
Rachel Caballero, D1.
So
I heard the transaction with Commissioner Mike Pusley this morning, and extortion is not the way that the government should be doing business.
To demolish the building, which I don't think it will be.
With all due respect,
as far as I am aware, the TERS program is not meant for new development, but to help
and then the other 10 is never going to happen, and then we don't have 2 million.
Areas that have not had economic development in a certain period of time to put money back into those areas that have not been paid attention to. Well, I mean, the entire city could be TERS, but here we go. So the problem is that the county does not pay into TERS.
I'm all excited
they
about it.
just allow for a portion of their taxes to go into TERS. But the county does not pay into TERS. Now, when any small business comes here and asks for any type of monetary compensation, you have to provide a plan, you have to provide financials, you have to provide a schedule, and as of the TERS meeting a little while ago, none of that was available by Councilman Mike Pusley, or Commissioner Mike Pusley. So this $2 million is going to be taken from locally owned small business owners that is counting on TERS money
participate with the $2 million or not. So that was going to be my question. What happens if we don't participate with the $2 million?
So when a government entity goes to take taxes that they did not pay into, they are taking away from locally owned small businesses.
If we don't get support
so this is not supporting small businesses in Corpus Christi. It's actually taking from them. If the county would like this money for a project that they know is going to exist for the last 10 years, they should budget for it.
Board and the majority of which is made up of city council members has already set a precedent.
We need to be a city that does the right thing, that looks out for our locally owned small businesses. The political environment is changing, and extortion and threats should no longer be acceptable by this council. I believe the Fab Five understands that, and I just hope the others will come on board. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so you're saying because the Island TERS has participated with $8 million from...
Will you clarify, because that was one of my questions, what she just said. I hate the word extortion because that's stealing. I don't think the county's trying to steal anything, and we are partners in this. Would you clarify that the demolition is in there? Because that was the question that I asked. Can they use the demolition for that money? Would you clarify?
Not a sufficient or good enough reason for me.
Based on the project and finance plans, or more so the project plans of the existing TERS, demolition has been eligible. It has been for the 20 years, an eligible expense. Normally, it's partnered with a reconstruction.
Even more reason not to, because
so
you're going to do it anyway.
Allows just for demolition.
It's not going to happen
because the county doesn't have a redevelopment plan right now.
See if there was
so it's consistent with what the TERS has been used for in the past.
My decision. So.
And you can do it can be a government building.
If I may, from an economic development standpoint, the demolition of the courthouse is really important to downtown, to the C district. As you all know, the completion of this $1 billion feat of engineering icon, new icon for the city of Corpus Christi now stands in the C district. And if you stand on Upper Broadway, Lower Broadway, and look towards the bridge, you do have one obstruction to your view, and that is the 1914 courthouse. And so from an economic development standpoint, we look to this to decrease blight in the area. This has been an eyesore in the downtown in our city for 48 years. The creation of the TERS, Chapter 311, is not only for development, we're helping existing buildings and businesses, but that's the first thing that they see, and they'll see it even more when the old overpasses are demolished by TxDOT later this year. And so you won't even have those overpasses obstructing your view of a very dilapidated courthouse. And so from the DMV perspective and from downtown business owner perspective and property owner, we do support the demolition of the courthouse, and we look forward to it getting on the tax roll. So just by the nature of it exchanging hands from a public entity to a private entity, that puts it on the tax roll. And Councilman Scott will get you that number, because there are plenty of vacant lots
our community
thinking of the
to have
one
it
right now in the
removed.
corner of I-37 and Shoreline.
Now, I use the word because
we are getting that
it might
property
have been
value
harsh,
now.
but that was intentional. Because
can
somebody's
see
saying
this
that we're
number
not going to participate
without
anymore. We're going
repairs.
to pick up our toys and go home.
Right now, it's
if you don't
valued at
do this for us.
$1.5 million.
I don't think
so
that was appropriate.
that's on the corner
but
of
ultimately,
Shoreline
the project
and
itself
37. I
is,
suspect that the
is something
value
that needs to
will
be
be
done.
similar in this
I understand
very,
the county's
I mean, it's
position.
in an ideal
We're looking
location
for money
adjacent to a city parking
and,
lot.
not
So
participating
anyone
in
who
terms
comes
would
in as a
inject
private
some money
developer
back into their
will have prime real
into
estate
their
there. So
tax
we
base.
anticipate that it will exchange hands
Not
fairly
a whole
quickly.
lot, but it would. I just think, you shouldn't hold the redevelopment and economic development of downtown and the C district
Just to understand what you're
that
saying,
kind
when you came up, you said
coercion,
something about
I guess is another word you could
process.
use.
So today's vote is just to open the application process for it?
And doing this together,
Essentially,
as opposed to
yes,
saying
because
that we're going to take our
currently we
homes
don't
and take our
have
toys
an
and go home.
incentive package
That's why I use those
that
terms,
allows
but
us to receive an
ultimately the
application for
project
demolition
is
only.
necessary. It's blighted. We
Historically,
need to
we
get rid of it.
don't
Thank you.
entertain the
Thank you,
idea of
Councilman.
demolition without an
I will entertain a
associated
motion to
immediate
approve the item as
redevelopment project, something that's going to go vertical very quickly.
Okay, we have a
So
motion and
this
a
is
second.
giving us an opportunity
Please submit
to
your vote.
receive an application and present it to the board on the 27th. So this is not allocating any funds, this is just,
So this is not saying yes to $2 million?
exactly.
Okay. And then, if we say yes for $2 million, how long do we
Okay,
have to
motion
put that money to
carries.
one side for the county to finish their
I
job?
will
That will be a
also entertain a
negotiated
motion
term
to
in the
approve
contract.
consent
But more or
agenda
less,
item with the exceptions
what do
of
y'all
items
usually
3
5 and 6.
years.
3 years?
Mm-hmm.
So does the
We have a
county
motion. We have a motion and a
going
second.
to get that building
Please submit your
removed like
vote.
as soon as possible? What is the timeline on that?
Because it's a reimbursement basis, just like any of our other incentives, it would be upon completion of the project.
So
So
they could take up to 3 years to get it done?
Okay,
exactly.
the motion carries. Item number
The plan
5
that
is an ordinance
Commissioner
authorizing
Pusley may
big
want to elaborate.
corporations
The plan is to
to
get it
take the state
demolished as soon
aquarium
as
parking
possible.
lot project
They
totaling
have
up to
to,
$2
the
million
county has to
from the
follow
big
some
corporation
state
for TSA
requirements
visitor
on
parking lot
documenting and
infrastructure
historic
improvements.
artifact
Councilwoman Vaughn, did you
documentation,
pull this one?
photographing. They have to do an asbestos
thank you.
survey. But
I've got-
Pusley and
I've been
the
reading
judge
up on
have
this
told
this weekend
myself
because
that
it's
the
been a
goal
while
is to get
since
it
I
demolished
understand the rules for
immediately,
Type B.
as soon as possible.
So tell me,
The county's
what's
willing
the
to
purpose of the
forego
Type B funds?
reimbursement immediately and
Is it
would
economic
take it over a
development?
couple of years, I think, Commissioner Pusley.
We're not going to require any funds to be distributed to the county until after the building is torn down, and then we will make application to the TERS board for the $2 million, or up to $2 million.
Okay, so tell me how this parking lot is an economic development. How's it qualify?
The initial
This project was presented
estimates
to
from
the
our
Type B back
contractor
in the
that went in
summertime.
with the engineering firm
At that time,
was that
they were going to have some construction
without
of
any
the
asbestos
demolition of the bridge, and
remediation,
so
the
they
cost
want
would
some
be
property.
$1.5 to $2 million.
And this was to kind of
And
revitalize
so
kind
we
of the
would go ahead
western portion
and do
on
the
west side of
demolition,
East
and then
Bridge.
at such time as we make application,
And so
we would ask
it really was going to help
that
them
money
out
be
because they're going to have parking
redistributed
that
to
was
the
going to be down
county
during that
over
time.
a 3-year
Since
period
the
and 3
bridge
equal payments.
demolition was
So
delayed,
3-year
we decided
period.
to move.
So it wouldn't be a one-time payment of $2 million, but rather
parking lot that's under the
about
bridge, that's currently under the bridge. and that- that bridge
$750,000, something
We
like
did
that.
that so that it wouldn't be
But I would
such
say
an
just the
impact on
parking
the
lot was
TERS.
determined
Yeah,
to
exactly.
meet the criteria.
Has anybody
that it
showed
was,
interest in the property?
supportive of the aquarium and all the
Not
visitors
to
that are brought
us in recent
And those
years, but
visitors are
I'll
spending
remind,
money
I
at
think
the
some of
restaurants,
you
the
were
bars.
on the board maybe in
they're spending the rest of the
2019
day,
when the
hopefully,
TERS board approved $1 million
Okay, so
incentive
what questions
package
do you
for
ask
a Le Meridian
to
hotel
determine what
project.
questions
and
does the Type B board ask to determine if that's an economic development? Because to me, I support the aquarium,
incentive.
but to me, this is not
total, the
economic
incentive
development. It should be
package
hot
for that
tax or
particular
something
project
else.
was $3 million.
CIP project, but
only
that to me
concern
it's
is,
not,
I don't
and
like
we
the
should
fact
be
that
following the rules. I mean,
county
I
says,
question
"Well,
some
we
of the
don't do
things
this,
they've
we're gonna
approved
do this,"
before. And do we need to have the state
I don't like that,
comptroller to
but-
look at and
okay,
see if
thank
we're
you.
using this stuff wisely and correctly? Because to me,
Board Member
there has to be an
Hernandez.
economic development use.
Thank
And
you.
to me, there isn't for the aquarium.
You know, this raises a bigger
The threshold,
question
as
as
Mr.
to
Hernandez
the ultimate
mentioned,
disposition of the
about
C
Hutto, and
district
I know Mr. Colbert
with
brought that
the
up
coming down of the
numerous
bridge
times
and
over
where
the
all the
last 10
property is
years
going to
that
kind of shake out.
The determination definition of economic development,
place?
the bar is
Peter?
not that
No,
high
we don't.
as far as
No,
making
Councilman, the mayor's working on that,
interpretation
and
that's a valid.
so the mayor, the
What was
county,
the language that the voters
port, and
approved?
private
What was the language?
businesses
Do you know what that
collaborating
was?
right now with TxDOT to develop that plan.
I might need some help.
Okay, so when
the referendum miles.
So when we look at this as the grander scheme of things, we need to see what that
the terminology
is.
was tracked in the ordinance, and the findings
because obviously all this is going to happen. I don't want to be there at the last minute arguing over property.
The authority of both the city council and the Type B corporation to determine that economic development is this particular type of assistance.
That being said, I'm assuming this is going to be
the city council also has the discretion, and this actually came out of the Hutto Hippo.
Yes, it is absolutely in the TERS traffic and planning analysis. A lot of the planning documents were pre-Harbor Bridge, during Harbor Bridge construction, and post-Harbor Bridge, and so it was anticipated that there would,
so it's within the discretion of the city council to
bring opportunity for development, new development and redevelopment.
The Type B corporation is permissible.
Sure, but maybe Commissioner Pusley is.
That is such a salad
regardless
talk to me,
of
Bob.
what happens,
I love you, but that's such a salad talk.
That's
I
still
do not
your
see how in the
property.
world this is an economic development. How y'all can consider that this?
So at the
that's what it is.
demolition, that
I mean,
property
let's
will
see. I've got
still
some
belong
questions
to the
here.
county.
Is there a specific economic development
Understand,
outcome?
there's
Is there a
we own
business or
property
employer directly
in that
involved?
area as well.
Are we
There's
creating jobs? Any
variation
of those
of
things
what
we're not.
property
Could
comes
this
back to
be
us.
The
done
right of way,
by general
right of way
fund
is
or
removed.
bond and
Yes,
set or hot
So
taxes?
I think-
Yes, it could. To me, that's not what it
Peter,
is, and
do you
I
know
don't
when
think
that
that's,
plan
I
is
know
gonna
when I
get to
voted,
us?
that's not what
We
I
have to
voted
ask the
on
mayor.
for these funds.
Because the mayor's been
I'm
the
not
lead
gonna
on it.
support
Hey,
this
George,
today.
Don.
I'm sure it'll
Hey,
pass.
we're gonna be heading
To
to
me,
2909
there ought to be hot
Houston.
funds used for that, and I'm not against the aquarium. I support it completely. But to me,
Thank you.
there's
So-
funds they can use for some of this
It's
stuff
a
instead of
pretty long
calling
process with TxDOT in
economic
terms of
development. It's
what
not. It's
happens
a
to that
parking
land
lot.
and who it
It's
reverts
a structure.
back to.
It's not
from
economic development.
whatever,
We're getting
50 years
nothing
ago,
from
whenever,
this.
Whenever the
Does anybody
bridge
in
was
here
built.
understand what I'm saying? Are y'all just okay with, I mean, I think we ought to
This
look at
is
some of
your
the things
land,
we've done, like the
however,
water garden. That wasn't economic
in
development.
Conversations, county judge
We've
has
got
made
to
it,
get
and this is
back
exactly
to
what
what
we're
the
doing.
plans were. And I
We're
think that
talking
the Type
about
B board has
what
kind of
pieces of
gone
land
astray on
revert
some of this
where,
stuff.
mainly the
And
city.
when we can use
But
these
who
some
wants
other
what,
funds,
right?
I think we should be using
this
hot
particular
funds to do
area,
parking lot.
it's
I
going to
want
be
to
very
do it. Use some
lucrative to
other
have
funds.
an adjacent piece of property that
that's
we're
my
obviously going to
soapbox.
work with county and say, okay, well, this would be part of this development with this particular piece of property
thank
where
you,
the
Mayor Pro
courthouse
Tem.
currently sits.
Okay.
Now, the process itself
I have an
is
issue with this
a
as well,
very
because
slow-moving
I've been
one.
pushing
And
and
so it
asking
won't
for
be for another,
sidewalks for our residents.
I would say
And so $2 million would
probably
go a long
18
way. And if
to
I'm
2
looking
years,
at this
18 to
as
24
if
months
we can build a
before
parking lot for $2
we can
million.
do anything, because you
would
have to go back
sidewalks
to the
then
state
qualify
and say,
as
okay,
a,
you know,
economic
we want
development
this land, you kind of put in an
under
application
this criteria
for all these
I'm just
properties that
asking
are going
because
to, revert back.
and I love the aquarium.
And it's just a long
I was just
process.
there yesterday.
So to create a
Great
plan
food,
or to
great
say,
venue.
hey, developer, who's
Kudos
interested,
to them, and
it
they're
wouldn't be
like the
fair to
number
do
one
until you
attraction.
knew
But at the same time,
the properties are
I'm
going to
also
revert
trying to
back,
look out
and,
for our
and
residents.
probably
So
this council
can
is
you answer
going to
that
make a
question?
decision on what property you have to pay for those.
these Type B
There's going to be a
requests
cost
do,
involved.
we
So
work
it's
with
a
our
long
EDC,
process,
Mike Culbertson
and
his
that we
group,
will all be
and,
involved in at the right point in time.
These come in.
But
This
it's
wasn't,
not going to happen
this came in
tomorrow.
during the summer.
We're
This
looking at,
project was
I would say
back in the
safely,
summertime.
18 to
It's
24
just
months.
moved locations, but the project was vetted through the application.
Okay,
determined,
and the property that we're talking
the
about here
request was valid
specifically with
based on
demolition
some of the
is
things
right
that
adjacent
does,
to that right
the
of way
visitors
that we're
that come
talking
in.
about.
We would, I imagine we could process a request for sidewalk. I don't know that it would
I
score
think at
very
some
well.
point we'll need a
looking at
presentation as to
an economic
what
development
property is
return.
available,
But I don't, is
who's
it
going to
eligible? I don't know.
what,
I'd
and
have to
how
defer
it
to
relates to
Miles.
this particular
Is
property.
that-
Now, I don't have
I
an
don't know if
issue
that's
with
a
providing the
legal
funding to the county for this.
The
I
Attorney
don't
General has
appreciate
previously
the
opined that
extortion
a
methods
subdivision
that are being used
that a street
for it.
within a subdivision
But
was not the type of economic
it's,
development that was permissibly funded by a Type
I don't think
A.
it needed to be in place. I think if it would have been a
So
reasonable
we would need
discussion
to
on it, we
examine
could have
that
had the
in more detail,
opportunity
depending on-
to
So
speak to it.
it is possible. Is that
Because,
your answer?
ultimately,
536 on
everything is
to
beneficial
Joel.
to both the city and the county,
I mean, speak
and
directly.
everybody
Is
are
possible or
taxing
not?
it. So we don't get necessarily necessarily a benefit.
Hey, Joel, sorry, we're gonna be over here on Vanderbilt, on East Vanderbilt, East Vanderbilt and Roosevelt.
Then a subdivision was into that development. So we don't, as an
essentially was determined not to be. So you would need additional facts in order to find that a particular sidewalk was economic development.
But a parking lot does qualify.
All that being said,
A parking lot for this
ultimately I agree
aquarium, yeah,
that
not
we can
just any parking lot.
participate
So
with tearing down
justification is
the
this
old courthouse, what's been
we
an
don't have the
issue for the county
application
for
here,
many,
Mike
many
Culbertson
years.
scores
I'm in
these
support of the
and
funding.
determines economic value and
But
impact,
again,
but this
this
will create
handled
space
large
for
file
more
detected. Thank you.
visitors at the Texas State Aquarium,
If I could,
which
I'd
could
like to
result
address
in more
the
employment. Could result in more sales
Can
tax
we, if you
revenue
don't
from
mind, we've got
sales
quite a
at
few
the
questions.
aquarium.
What I'd like to do is go
Could
ahead
have a
and
ripple
take the
effect
remaining
with more
questions and then
people,
have you
spending
respond.
time on
Because
that
that
North
way,
Beach, on the
I
restaurants.
think it would be a
and
lot
other-
more efficient.
Other entities out of there.
Board
So
Member
that's how
Garza.
it qualifies for economic development.
But Peter, the
not sure.
same
Yeah, it's fine. Thank
argument
you.
could be used
Thank you, Mr.
for
Chairman.
residents getting to their
couple of
jobs,
things.
getting to wherever
First
to
off,
spend more
Process
money
30
because they
was
can actually walk
saying, well, you
on
know,
the sidewalk. So
I'm
yeah,
not sure that the terrorists
I
can
don't know
afford
about that argument.
to be
Right,
able
we're
to
not,
pay
I'm not
$2
saying the
million
sidewalk project
for-
isn't eligible, I'm just
Yeah.
finding
for a
out this
demolition
one was
project if we don't have a project that's
determined
going to
to be.
handle. Mark's position
We can do
was
more
Renaming
work on
complete.
the sidewalk
having thought
question.
about it.
That's not this item, this item is
1,163.5.
related to the
I
Texas
think
State
that
Aquarium. But we can do that
assisting the-
analysis for you.
Our
Okay.
partner,
Yes, ma'am.
which
Well,
is
again,
Nueces County, regardless of
you
the
know,
methods
me too.
used,
I am
I think it's
conflicted only
still
because
the right thing to do. I think first off, if you have a partner, like
what
Del Mar's a
the-
partner, Nueces County's a
this
partner, and
project
City of Corpus
actually
Christi is a
is.
partner. I think
but
one of the partners'
I'd like to
projects
hear what the
should
other
be
council members have to say.
looked at,
Thanks.
I'm going to say more favorably than other
Councilmember
incentives that
Cantu.
may be handed out to folks that aren't a partner, because they're sacrificing and have been sacrificing. Like
As well, I love the State Aquarium. I
like
went
the
there
commissioner
Sunday.
said, for numerous
Spent like
years.
$200.
So again, I
Had a
think
good
that this is going to be
time.
something not just going to be beneficial to the county,
However,
but certainly beneficial
I
to
do
the
get what other
downtown
council members are saying
area
about
landscape.
3424.
So I think
I mean,
I am in favor of
I don't
us
understand
first
this type B
opening,
funds.
or adopting this resolution and opening the door for potential
and other stuff.
investment in $2 million
Courthouse,
that's going to take to
whatever
be
the
able
case
to
is.
help
Go further
the
down.
demolition
Should go
process
to
go
small
along.
businesses.
And again,
Nothing
whether
here,
the
that road,
county
no.
is able to be able to do it all on their
Really do.
own without the $2 million, I think is not
Did the State Aquarium
as relevant as it is
pay for the
showing
land,
that
or
we're
did
a
they
good partner
just
to
give them the
Nueces
land?
County and to one of the people that have for
Gentlemen,
a
the
long
president's
time,
here, so can you come up? Yeah, I believe they
sacrifice
paid for it, but I don't want to
revenue that
misspeak.
would be coming to
Jesse
them
Gilbert,
otherwise.
the general
I think that if, in Del Mar's case, if we had a project that would be of educational value to the community and we wanted to do something downtown, I think that Del Mar's project should be at the very top of the list. It should be considered in a more favorable light, much like housing project for the city of Corpus Christi, who's involved with the housing authority. I think that should be something that should take precedent over other potential projects.
That will create more space. And so as we grow, and a lot of those things that you all have seen, we anticipate some significant growth on the attraction side as well as some of the research and wildlife side. But the land that the current parking lot that this funding is requested for is actually owned by the port. Well, right now state, but it will go back to the port, and then we have that use agreement. So most of the property that the aquarium sits on is either city or
you were going to disposition the asset. And here in our community, at least,
I've seen the plans.
in
the plans are
public
beautiful.
sector, we don't
you
do
guys
that.
do a lot of work
I
in
think
North
that when we
Beach.
looked at the new courthouse,
good facelift.
It does,
almost
plan on it.
50 years ago for sure, at least in the planning stage, the leadership at that time should have also put in the price tag and into the discussion what was going to happen with the old courthouse. And so again, it would have been a lot easiar to do something if we wanted to save it. It would have been a lot easier to do something with that particular asset in the condition it was when we walked out of the old courthouse than it is today. 50 years later,
I'm going to support it because of the fact that if we're giving money to hotelers,
our options are very limited, and the options are a lot more expensive.
Give money to you. It's a
It
fair
would
thing
not
to
have
do until we
cost
fix the problem.
$12 or
And I
$14
really think
million
when you look into
to
board
demo
members
the courthouse
on
at that time.
that
The price
board
tag would have been
and
somewhere in
figure out
the area
what
of
we can
$600,000
do with
Stand
it.
or
complete.
$700,000.
Systems is secure.
They
The
killed
options are a lot more
a
expensive.
$1.8 million project on the west side of
I'm
town
not picking on the county for sure,
for a sports
without
complex.
making sure that we reserve
And
some blame
they knew
for
that we were going
ourselves.
to
But
talk about that
certainly,
issue today, and
the
they
city of Corpus
killed it
Christi,
yesterday.
when they were looking at
So,
the convention
you know,
center
that's
and the
just,
Bayfront
it's
Auditorium, they also
but,
had
okay,
the
thank you.
Coliseum, and for years the football
New
about
file
what to do
sorted.
with the old
Board
Coliseum
Member Bernetta.
7 placed in worded
became an
folders.
issue, and those that loved the Coliseum didn't want it torn down, and all these discussions. And if
Quarantine, Sierra, empty
would have made the
folders.
decision and would have put the cost at the time of demoing the Coliseum.
MVC JSON generation complete with worded series files.
Then at least the public would have been better served.
Placement scan complete. Workflow complete with fixed JSON.
Use of a park, that's what we intended to do anyway, to utilize that space. I never thought that downtown parks of that magnitude utilizes this current park that you have now, the Waters Edge Park, has been. So again, I think that would have been certainly the best option to have done. But because we have your offered by architects, by construction firms, by engineering firms, and at the end of the day, quite frankly, we don't want to put those price tags
Can you just kind of generally talk through the grand plan?
It's going to cost an extra $1 million or $2 million or $5 million more. And it's the same certain case with the, I'm sorry, with ISD or with Delmar. So again, I'd just like us to see if we might not consider
there's a lot of work ahead, a lot of funding, a lot of hurdles, but we do believe we can do that. The expansion of the aquarium property north of our current campus really is around the wildlife and rescue side, the research side, partnering with different state, federal agencies, higher education, as well as just can we create
over me several times. I've been on here forever, but it's okay. Something happened.
I didn't skip over you yet.
It's probably IT. They probably got me cut to the end or something.
This year, probably sometime in May, we're going to open a brand new children's discovery center that we think will increase attendance significantly.
We're not individuals. We do this together, and I don't like the words extortion because I don't think that's what you were trying to do. I served on the Commissioner's Court too, and I think what he's trying to say is this: the county needs money. They have to have money in order to do the projects they have. They don't have the money the city of Corpus Christi has. So I get that. So I know that's not what you meant, Mr. Pusley.
To kind of hold that, we run out of parking today.
The other thing is, it's an eyesore and it's unsafe. I was on the Commissioner's Court and we tried to get it taken down too, and we were unable to.
So what we're really looking at doing is not only redeveloping 60 acres
she happened to know them and she was able to get that done. How long that will last, I don't know. But it does need to get torn down. And I've been iffy on this one right here. I really have, because of what it is. And I wanted to make sure that it was in the terms that you could demo a governmental thing, a governmental building. And my understanding it is. My other criteria would be.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mike Pusley. I don't try to call you Commissioner. It's hard. When this gets done, because my understanding it could be up to $12 million because of the asbestos. I want to make sure that y'all have the funds, that you have a way, that you've already got a plan, because whenever it became historical site, I don't believe there was a plan to take care of it. I don't think anybody ever envisioned that it was going to cost that much money to keep that thing standing like it was. Because it was so dilapidated. What is the plan that y'all have where you're going to get the money to finish it? Because it won't do any good if you get $2 million and you don't have the funds to do it.
We ended 2025 at
500,000.
Let's go ahead.
And those those are visitors that are unique. They are not from this area. They come here for this event.
And I'm not at liberty to give that information.
I see Councilwoman Vaughn's concern, of course.
We have the money. The money will be provided to us if we don't have enough to cover. As you well know, the county just completed a sale of a very significant piece of property to the Port of Corpus Christi, and we have put that money into our fund balance account, and we will utilize part of that to help us tear down and
you come to
courthouse.
Corpus Christi.
But if we don't have enough funds, we have a benefactor who's going to
gives me that qualification under the economic development, because if they're coming to see the aquarium, they're going to eat here, they're probably going to stay here, they're going to spend other tax dollars in our district.
We're in this together.
So thank you for that.
It's not just one or the other. So we need to start being more respectful of that.
My other question would be $2 million for
as far as the property goes. I know when
Mayor
was here, they had a plan to divvy up that property.
I know that this stuff and cost today is
astronomical. It might help you get started.
We have had to
where they could divvy it up however they want to do it. They kind of agree that may not be the plan now, but to me, for it to take that long is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but that's what I think. I think we need to move on that, because that is prime property, and when that bridge comes down, we ought to have a plan on what we're going to do with that. We could make it like Houston did with that, what's the name of that ball field they've got up there? It's absolutely wonderful what they did.
will come in
we
well
plan
under
ahead and get some type of committee in order to do that.
But we do believe we'll be
I
well
was
under
iffy about this, but I
so
think we have to help you guys tear it down. I do.
Could be lower.
And what I would
believe
like
it will be.
too,
Yeah, there's
I would
a
like a
contingency
list
line built
of
into
what
there,
the
but
county,
we're
the
getting some
city,
very favorable
Delmar has
quotes
paid
back right
in.
now. Because we're
What
going
has
to just
each one
economy of scale, if we
benefited
can
since
get
we
in
started? I know
some
that's a
of the
little bit
paving
of a
that's already
project. I don't
happening
know
on the
who's going to
North
do
Beach
it,
roads
but I
with
think it
the
would be
current contractor. They're already
informational for us
mobilized.
to
The
get
equipment's
it.
here. Let's just
Thank
jump on
you.
that. So we actually talked to them right before the holidays.
Gotcha. And when would the project start?
It really depends on the conclusion of demolition of the
Board Member Garza, I'm glad you brought up the
We're
Coliseum.
really
I was
concerned right
gonna bring
now
that up. I think
that
that's
we
an
might not have
adequate
parking for
example.
spring break. That's 70,000.
Which will leave me.
So
Arlene, how much does the county contribute now?
To try to get this going.
5.5 million.
All right. Well, I truly
Yes, sir.
hope, and if there's anything we can do to help navigate those
in the
timelines,
life of the
please let us
TERS
know.
3,
Because I
their
know
participation
these tourist peaks are very important to
Their peaks, and
Wells.
to speaking on the economic impact, the aquarium's economic impact in FY24 was about 200 million regionally.
Okay, so the withdrawal is going to have what kind of economic impact?
That in the next couple of weeks.
It'll be a total of 2 million spread across 3 years, which will be helpful to the fund balance.
No, if they withdraw.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, if they withdraw, then we stand to lose approximately $750,000 a year, and then they won't participate in the next 20 years, which would be a loss of about 8.7 million. That's assuming that property value, that's assuming no change in property values. So it could be more.
So, obviously you have phases of rescue research and other facilities. And then the investment of what sort of capital improvements colleges, how much are you going to invest in?
Just 1% less than the county, so there's
Land alone,
1.9.
we've invested north of $2 million just in the last
what about all the other amendments that were proposed?
When this project's said and done, we're probably looking at $100 million when it's all said and done. I think that's in today's dollars, so, push that out. That's just what we have planned today. That doesn't include the full revitalization piece. We're actually going under contract with the master planner now.
You said we don't want to pick on anybody. Well, I don't mind picking on Brent.
The best use of that is, but it's going to be in the hundreds.
Yeah, and that's one thing I just really want to stress. I think it's not just a parking lot. When this came up, radio station called me master plan. We're going to have all these capital improvements, and I think they wanted to play us off against each other. It's going to increase the value of North Serving with mine. In addition to like a big phase approach of which we're doing now. He leads with passion we put into the and he's just going to keep going. He's got to execute.
I think it's 20.
And there's times that I've been on the council with him. What did we just do?
25 million.
So this is just another component to complement that. And once again, that's one of the things I spoke of. And I don't want we just need to work on this holistically, so that way we're looking at it overall. The fact that it's not either or. And dare I say, because I just know how it's not just a parking lot. And it's basically part of this. I think that we've learned together $100 million facility. Okay, what's the that we just need to plan ahead. What is it? What's our mission? What's we get to a point, and then we're going to come back. And I was a little reluctant is going to be because of the same thing. Because the demand now is there, and then the parking is going to be 4 million. So I think this is a good
one
project.
thing that I want to add.
I think maybe when we put the presentation
and I think the community's been
missing. So I'm going to challenge you, and I'm going to challenge LC. And it's not. It's part of a grand plan in particular. And I just want to say, Jesse, since you and the team that you put together, Corpus Christi come here. I mean, there's just been so much additional expansion. And I say we have an identity crisis. There's been additional construction. There's been a lot of changes made. When we think big, it's just everybody's critical about it. Well, we're not like we can't see those kind of dollars. And the reason I bring that up is
Councilmember Hernandez. Okay,
right now,
I want to give some historical perspective to this. This was originally brought to us originally under a bond project,
are now
which was
going to play
inappropriate
the things that they're going to do.
Remember that? And so we said we needed to refer to an economic development program like TERS or a Type B.
They have a PFC.
And one of the things that was actually built through a TERS
is the overall aspect of the convention center.
That's correct.
The overall aspect.
It was TERS number one.
Urban housing.
So
the overall aspect
that was the first funding source for the aquarium as a whole.
They were very critical.
I thought we were going to go in that direction for this parking lot under the TERS, but I don't think there's enough money in there.
And so I think the thing is,
in terms of economic development. So I had a question here because I didn't ask this before.
Trim complete.
Are you attacking?
Process 27. Quarantine 0.
And it's okay. I mean, I hope that didn't come off
you pay property taxes.
It's just bad time.
Okay,
anyway,
so here's the challenge, right? For these kind of things, is that we improve something,
we can't cut
and you don't
short.
necessarily
Remaining complete.
This thing,
from a city perspective.
1,183 files.
We just need to think bigger.
So that However, you do have,
and look at it from
you
that
are improving North Beach as a whole
look at ourselves
from
as
the
too
blight
small.
that's there.
And I think right now, with all
everything
the things,
kind of
I think right
north,
now it's looking up here on the investment
east of where you're at is not in great shape.
I would have been a minute 11.
Okay, so I think this is ultimately goes back to the argument with the Hutto Hippo. What is actually economic
anyway,
development?
I was just looking at all the investment, and I can't find it on here.
A
But
beneficiary of a TERS.
Basically,
originally,
all the additional tax revenue.
This is kind of economic development in some sense. It's kind of hard to explain it unless you look at it as a whole picture, understand the historical reference to it, understand that we rejected
over $200 million
the bond
in
package. It didn't
investment
make
that
sense
this
to put
TERS has
taxpayer
helped
investment into private
to make
property.
happen in downtown.
That wasn't
here
the
we are.
appropriate
We
mechanism.
have all these useful tools with regard
what
to
actually came about.
And with regard to, but the thing is that we just need to have that plan.
There's always kind of a gray area with what is economic development. We had the same issue
so that way we
with
can really
the
think
courthouse
big because we have this huge
public
jewel.
infrastructure,
and I mean,
they
we went
intend
through
to
it in Prop
sell
A,
and
where
benefit
everybody
the
was fighting
county.
each other
Is that
because
really
nobody had a
economic
vision of $500 million.
A little bit of a gray area. We're having to deal with it, and it's ultimately a decision of the council.
This is a component that we all need to work together.
I think the aquarium is an important part of our landscape as a city of Corpus Christi. Is this the right mechanism? Maybe, maybe not. But ultimately, we need to.
Okay, we have a couple more
we need to support
comments.
the
board member.
the tourism aspect that you bring to us. I think you serve an important purpose. You're expanding.
I don't think that there's
Ocean
really
Wildlife Institute, right?
hardly anyone in this committee
So
that
I will
is
support this project
opposed
because
to partnering further with the county.
what we're talking about is how do we make the improvements.
Recognizes and values
Yes, and to speak on that, if I may,
all of the contribution that the three
we asked the
entities
same question.
have
How are
put
we,
into this
we do.
mechanism
when we take
because
property,
we
it
see
comes
the
off the
impact
property
of it.
tax.
We believe in the
That's very
impact
true.
of it. And so
when we started to look at the 60-acre
for myself
development and the
approaching this
revitalization
item,
plan,
of
that's
course I
true when we use
support
that land for
the
mission-based
county as a partner. Of
operations.
course
So
I
if,
support
if we acquire land
further
and we build a
investing
wildlife disaster
in the
training center,
economic
then that is
development and
true. If
beautification
we
of our
acquire
C
that land,
district
we
in
still own
downtown.
it, and we sublease
I don't like to
that
feel
some other
like
tourism
it could
activity
be
that
if
is
you
not
do
related to
this, or
wildlife,
if you
then
don't
that
do
does
this,
go
then
back
we
on
are
the
going
tax
to
roll,
stop
and that's our plan.
participating.
We don't
I
need
don't like
60
the
acres for
discussion
wildlife.
that
So the
says,
plan is to
we've paid
get some of that
X
back on the
amount
tax
in
rolls.
and we
Well, how much in sales
don't have
tax do
that
you
much
generate?
coming back, because I think there's
I'd
metrics
have to-
there to
we
say
have the
that
data. I don't know
all of
right
us
off
have been a
the
team in this, and
well, what I'm
all of us
saying is
have
that
reaped the benefit in this
you said
because
you had
we all
500,000
recognize
visitors?
the importance
That's
of
correct,
it.
yes, sir.
Okay,
And
so there's some
there's
generation
been
of
committee
sales
members
tax
who have said it very
associated with that.
There is.
eloquently.
We have the data. I just
such
don't know it off
as
the top
board
of my head.
member Hernandez, so I won't belabor that
Is
point,
the
but I do
aquarium
share that
economic
sentiment
development
that
for the
we
city
all
of
have
Corpus
valued
Christi? I
this
think the answer is
mechanism,
yes.
and whether
So
it was a
I'll
direct
just leave it at that.
reimbursement
Thank
on
you.
a specific project or not, I think we have all seen benefits from it.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
And so my
Did y'all
question,
try and
first
look
and
for grants
foremost,
or state
approaching
funding
this
or
is,
anything?
Well,
with
yeah,
it
this
being a
one's
demolition,
been cumbersome
what's
because
the
we knew
legal
that this day was
ramifications
coming with the
of
Harbor Bridge
this
demolition. And
amendment?
if you
Sounds
were to
like
look at the
you've
lot today,
said
so
that
literally
you've
a
already
big
explored
grid
all of
came
that,
off
and it's
last
come
night.
back that this is
heavy
within the
equipment has torn
parameters
up
of
the lot.
this.
So we've been looking
Yes,
for,
chapter
I mean,
tax
since
code
we knew this
311
project was in
specifically states that the
development,
actual
of
cost
how
of
we would
demolition
take
of
care of
public
the
and private
lot
buildings
post
is an allowable.
New
Harbor
file
Bridge
sorted.
demolition.
Without the
And there really
connection
Six
to
placed in
a
worded folders.
development piece on the,
For parking
okay,
infrastructure,
that's
it's
my
not there.
first question, is making sure we're
And I
doing it
share
right.
the passion
And
just like
I
everybody
believe
else.
that,
Quarantine,
I know
zero
you've got
empty
first-
folders.
And I
Legal, of
get it.
course,
It's not that I don't want to
but-
fund it. I think this is for
We
long
expect
funding.
you to know
And the
this.
difference
LBC
between
JSON
this
generation
and
complete with worded
is
series
voters
files.
Another
voted for
question
this.
is,
And type B funds were
Workflow
approved
complete
by the
with
voters
fixed
for
JSON.
And the rare
business-driven
occasion that it
economic development.
does,
To me, a parking lot's a
of course,
nonprofit
that would
attraction
be
that doesn't meet that
an
standard.
adjustment to that.
And stretching
to
the
that cost.
definition
We
puts
could look
voter
at something
trust and
different there.
integrity at risk.
I don't think it will, but
I don't
I think it
either.
blurs the line
And
between
then,
economic development and general spending.
my
If we want to
bigger
fund
question
tourism
is,
amenities, because this is
we
what
know
this
at
is,
minimum
we should do it
this
transparently
continues to
through the right
connect us for
funding
3
tool,
years.
not by
If we pass this
redefining
item,
what
they
economic
apply, we
development
approve
is
the
after the
application,
fact.
et
And I
cetera.
think that's what we did. And I think think we should use another fund for it. I wish they did a CIP, they did hot funding, something else. But to me, this was, and I'm only going to vote for it. No,
for me, I'd be interested in.
I think this is. I don't think this is what this is for this type B board. And we've got to get back to the guidelines and do what we said we were going to do. And to me, the integrity that voters expected us to do it. And that's what I'm supporting right now. Is that voters what they voted for.
I hate to feel like we pass this and then I get another amendment coming down the line that says the county's still considering
their
participation in this TERS.
Did you meet with all the council members and show them?
And I feel like that's kind of a
reached out to everybody. I think we're still waiting on
those terms can be negotiated in the contract on the 27th.
We were going to email all of you this week.
Assumed at this point that with the approval, that guarantees the county's participation for not only the last 3 years of the TERS currently, but also the next 20 years.
Okay. Thank you. That's a huge question.
You guys are not on tax rolls, right?
Thank you. My last
all the property you guys own now on the tax rolls.
The timing on this,
I would say,
it sounds like we're still waiting on the finished product for where this land's going to revert. We haven't quite. The county isn't quite there where they're ready to start the project, but they're looking at doing it immediately. So my question is the timing of
we could cancel something and redirect it. So as Councilman Hernandez reminded us, this was a recommended project on the bond program. Under, I'm not sure what category we had it under, but the council said, can we move that off because we want to do something else? And so we looked for alternate funding sources in the
as far as the land in the right of way, I don't know, it all depends on the private development and what their needs are and how long they have, what their outlook is. But even if someone buys it immediately following the demolition, the land as it is now, it's still 1.5 million on the tax roll, 1.5 million that literally any of the 5 taxing entities have never seen.
Can you guys build some kennels?
So just the default exchange of hands will bring additional funding to the
I just,
well, to me, I of course do support this because I see that bigger picture for this area, and very importantly, to continue to show that we value and support our partners at the county.
We talked in the past, when we have these items that come forward that the Type B board's been involved in,
I'll make this short and quick. It's 10:45, and I know we need to get this moving along, but I echo a lot of the comments that we have heard. I also believe in the impact and the investment on all sides. And I do. At the end of the day, this is a partnership. And this is a partnership that maybe the communication kind of went astray. Prior to today, I'm very grateful. I know I speak for the county judge. She's extremely grateful. She made it very clear in the meeting that we recently had that she wants to, as does the rest of the commissioners, want to move forward in partnership. We don't want this to end, and I don't think it's an if this or that, and I think that's where everything got skewed. They very much made it clear that they value the city's partnership to reap the benefits. Everything done within this county, city benefits the county and vice versa. When we make these investments in the church. So I support it. I think that economic development, because obviously, the perspectives that we need to know future or development, because it will be, is going to be extremely lucrative. Seeing it, Councilwoman Vaughn, to your point, the right-of-way, we get these projects before us, and it has been working together. We were working, and then we're doing exactly that. We've got the plans from before. We're looking at the plans that, what pieces, what parcels are available to whom. Some go to the port, some go to most go to the city.
So once Type B approves this project,
that exactly.
It's not something we can go back and reverse. Is that correct?
Ahead of the game, and not behind the game. Unfortunately, TxDOT doesn't work.
No, actually, as I explained, one of the reforms,
but again, there's a process. There's a process for all of it, but there is land that's going to make this particular piece of land even more lucrative because of that bridge coming down and what that entire area is going to be. And that is at work now. I want to make that very clear. That is at work now so that we know we're not caught off guard, and we know moving forward there's going to be a plan. Everybody's going to get involved. Right now it's just TxDOT because we just want to see, the land just exists and they own it.
That this is not a Type B expenditure that should be made. And when I say should be made, I don't mean eligible. I mean, y'all can just decide that the expenditure simply should not be made, and you can decide not to approve it. It is completely within the city council's discretion.
I appreciate that presentation.
Okay, so we can't, let's say, so we can
Thanks for clarifying that, Mayor. It would be nice to get an update every now and then so we know, and I know TxDOT's slow.
That's what you're saying.
Thank you. I just wanted to let y'all know, the judge called this morning. This is very important, but Commissioner Pusley knows,
I'm just saying, I just wanted,
Chief of Staff Payton
you're right,
knows,
we do need more
but she had a court date,
clarification
and she also
on
had a death in the family, or
what
she
the
would have
Type
been
B,
here.
by the time
Thank
it
you.
comes to us, what is eligible as a project
like or not.
Vote on this. We have a motion and a second.
At the end of the day,
one of the things I want to say is that this has been a very emotional topic, and I appreciate everybody's input. But one of the things I look at is we have to look at the risk. When you take a look at the overall risk of where we're at in terms of leaving that courthouse up, the things that it can do, the risk to the community. We have children in the area. It is secure, but it's not very secure.
And I also
that
see that
just
every
in
time
general,
that
what happens, and I think Board Member Garza made a very good plea when he said, if we would have taken this into consideration years ago, we would have probably spent about $700,000, $700,000. But we're not there. So I do believe, and I support this project, that we have to move at this time. We've learned like with things like the water garden, what happens when we push things down the road and what the cost is. So I support this project. We do have a motion and a second. Mrs. Wertz, you want to take a roll on this?
In the type report. So obviously we're going to be having that conversation.
Sure. Okay. Yes.
Thank you very much. Version is thank you for bringing it up in another way.
Board Member Vaughn, I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
I'll be voting yes.
And I want to go back and give just a short history, and I promise you I'll be brief. In 2009, when I came to the Commissioner's Court, the year before that, Commissioner's Court had voted unanimously not to join the downtown tours.
And that's a joint
because
program
we didn't, Del Mar College didn't follow suit, so they didn't join.
All of the surface street
so the city sent Mr. Irma Caballero over to meet with me, a wonderful lady, and she and I sat down and went through the numbers, and she convinced me, and I took that and went to the judge and convinced Judge Neal to put it back on the agenda for reconsideration. So because of that, the county joined the downtown tours in 2009, and Del Mar College followed suit.
Do we have
so
anything,
I
or do you guys have
anything
anything in place
tours because I, from the get-go, saw the advantages to improving downtown, something that the city had been trying to do for years. In fact, I've told the story before, the very first political event I ever went to
there's a program that runs in the off-season that's actually running right now where
Turner
locals can get in for a
and Tony Bonilla were running against each other for mayor of Corpus Christi. And the number one topic of that political debate was the revitalization of downtown Corpus Christi. So that's how long that discussion has been going on. But I want to fast forward to January 2024 when I came back to the Commissioner's Court.
And then another question.
And Board Member
Councilwoman
Hernandez, I couldn't be
Vaughn
more
brought up
disappointed in your use of the word.
the thought of legalizing hot tax cars. What would that process look like if that was to be a request? I know in other cities they sometimes do a complete application, a public application for that. What does it look like here?
Right, so we would right now, if we look at the Heart Fund budget, it's completely allocated to
downtown
mostly the Hilliard Center.
That we're going to,
and then we
at the end of our contract,
some historic preservation and visitor and tourism
extensively over the last 12 months to get the Commissioner's Court to reevaluate that position and stay in the TERS, and this is one way we could do that. I said, what about if I went and got the TERS to agree to help us with the tear down of the courthouse, which ultimately is going to improve that whole area. And Rudy, I'm sorry, I can't erase what the Commissioner's Court did 50 years ago. But when the Commissioners moved out of that building, they sold it for $100,000 to a private investor. And that's where we are. So extortion is a terrible thing to say, and I'm just really disappointed in that. What I'm trying to do is salvage our partnership.
I'm sure an economic impact study was done that determines how many small businesses we help in North Beach as a result of the 500,000
partnership is a great word, because that's what I'm trying to salvage here, is our partnership in improving downtown Corpus Christi, improving the areas that we now encompass inside the TERS, number 3.
And prefer they eat somewhere on North Beach. We don't have a lot of options.
With respect to whether or not we started, we have started.
A lot of our
the Commissioner's Court has already hired 2 engineering firms.
I mean, you're looking at what we just do your receipts is $20 million.
In fact, I had a meeting with the one yesterday that's in charge of the overall design of the demolition.
It's not the only place to eat.
It's interesting. You have to hire an engineer to build a building, and now you have to hire one to tell you how to tear it down. I mean, but that's a huge building. It's over 90,000
I think it does qualify for economic impact just simply because we know that the facility in itself.
And so we are prepared to do that, but we have started. We are absolutely committed to getting this done.
I mean, a place for souvenirs or a restaurant or some type of facility or run jet skis on North Beach.
I'm not trying to hold anybody's feet to the fire.
So
I'm trying to salvage
that's the one
situation.
thing. I just want to say that there is a small business impact.
Thank you.
So anyway, thank you very much. And I move for
motion
approval.
and a second. Mrs.
Okay, we have a motion
So for
and a
passage
second.
of the resolution.
Please submit your vote.
Chairman Roy,
Aye.
Board members Barrera,
Aye.
Campos,
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Nay, Cantu,
Anyone,
Garza?
would anyone like to make public comment on item number 5?
technically you asked for public comment, right,
We
at
did
the
already
beginning
ask
of
for public
consent.
comment.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Leslie,
So we're moving,
Scott?
moving on to the vote.
Sedgwick, and Vaughn.
We did. So at the
The resolution
beginning,
passes.
I asked for any
Thank you.
public comment.
Thank you.
Seeing
over
that there's
every,
no
I'm
other
sorry, ma'am.
meetings adjourned.
You want to explain that so everybody understands?
So the mayor, at the beginning of her comments, she asks if any of the council members want to pull an item or if there's any public comment on any of the items. So that's how that's handled as a group at the beginning.
Ms. Caballero, if you have questions on it, we're happy if you'll come around and Ms. Huerta can address them when she's able to. Okay? Now, thank you. All right. Please submit your vote.
New file sorted. 0 placed in
The
worded
motion
folders.
carries. And the last item pulled is item 6, which is an ordinance of the City
Quarantine, 0
Council of
empty
the City of
folders.
Corpus Christi, Texas, designating a contiguous geographic area
LVC
within the
JSON generation
extraterritorial
complete with worded
jurisdictional
series
limits
files.
of the city as a tax increment reinvestment zone.
Workflow
Councilwoman
complete
Vaughn, I
with
believe you had a
fixed
question or
JSON.
comment?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, why are we doing it for 25 years? Why not 20? Why 25 years?
The Daniel McGinn, interim assistant city manager. The 25 years, I think, was a request for some of the bond that gives them a little more flexibility. Likely, this TERS will be a little bit different than some of the others, that it's going to assist the PID assessment of some of the subzones that are created. I think the 25 years just provides a little more flexibility in paying down that bond.
Yeah, it's a long time for a TERS, and we've got TERS sitting there like the Breezy Village that we've done nothing with, we need to look at. Okay, I'm for the project, but that just seems like a long time. Thank you.
Okay.
I move for
33. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote. The motion carries.
What's the result of the...
If at all possible, I know this is a public hearing, but I'd like to move to approve items 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Patrol, one of it, unable to make contact.
Okay. These are all reimbursement agreements. Okay, so item 15 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $252,720 with MPM Development related to Kings Landing Unit 12 subdivision. Item 16 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $62,040 with MPM Development LP.
Yes, sir.
Related to Kings Landing
what is
Unit
one-
13 subdivision. Item number 17 is an ordinance authorizing a water arterial transmission and grid main construction and reimbursement agreement up to $380,460 with MPM Development LP for a proposed Phase 2 residential development located off of Yorktown Boulevard, southeast of Starry Road, also known as Oso Creek Corner, Unit 3. And item number 18 is an ordinance authorizing a wastewater collection line extension construction and reimbursement agreement up to $227,100 with MPM Development, proposed Phase 2 residential development located off Yorktown Boulevard, southeast of Starry Road, also known as Oso Creek Corner, Unit 3.
And Mayor, just on the captions for the record, on item 17, there's an error only in this caption. Everything else, the ordinance and the memo is all correct. So the number 252,720 on the bottom of the caption should be 380,460.
Should match the
It should
reimbursement.
match, yeah. So we just want to make the statement here on record. Everything else is accurate. The ordinance is accurate. The memo is accurate.
Okay.
This is just one isolated incident of a
Okay,
typo.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So that correction is taken. Would anyone in the public, I'm going to open public comment on items 15, 16, 17, and 18. Would anyone like to make public comment on these items? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion. Well, I'm sorry, we have a motion for items 15, 16, 17, and 18, and we have a second. Please submit your vote.
Placement scan complete.
Okay, the motion carries. Next, we go to section L, and that is individual consideration items, and items 19 through 26. Item 19 is an ordinance authorizing an agreement for the provision and sale of recycled water from the Greenwood wastewater treatment
Trim
plant
complete.
to Valero Refining,
Processed
Texas
18.
LP.
Quarantine 0.
A second. Okay, well, we have a motion in a second, but we can
Show me a rag
certainly
that's more 17 to read.
Remaining
get
complete.
your question answered, Ms. Compass.
1,219
Well, I wanted to
files
make an
remain.
amendment to that. Instead of being a 25-year agreement, that we reduce it to 5 years on the recycled water. I mean, I'm all for the recycled water, but the other thing I just wanted to also mention is that as much as, Valero is investing in this project, I also want to remind the public that they are also still contesting their water rates with the city. So, I wish they would reconsider that. But again, I just want to make that amendment, reduce it to 5 years instead of the 25, or
30.
30 years,
30?
sorry. Yeah.
It's a 30-year agreement.
Yes.
So you would like to bring it down to 5 years?
Yes.
Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn.
You know what I'd like for us to do? I'd like for us to show this to the public because a lot of them don't understand it. You always get complaints that industry does nothing. That's not true. They're stepping up and they're doing something. So I think we should take the time, Mayor, to explain it to the public.
Oh, we are.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nick has a presentation that we can show, and I believe he handed it out to the council here as well.
I got ahead of ourselves. Go ahead.
Let's go through the presentation, Nick.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Nick Winkleman, Interim Chief Operating Officer, Corpus Christi Water. Again, this is an agreement between the City of Corpus Christi and Valero. It is an agreement for the provision and sale of recycled water. The agreement's initial phase is 3 million gallons a day, and then with a maximum amount of up to 8 million gallons a day. The agreement is for 30 years, as Councilwoman Campos said. Again, it's 3 million gallons a day of reclaimed water. That's from the Greenwood wastewater treatment plant. The agreement provides for Valero to design, construct, and fully fund all of the infrastructure needed to convey this effluent water from Greenwood to their facility. Those primary features include a 24-inch diameter conveyance line, a 10 million gallon storage tank located at the Greenwood facility, pump station, and then also they will be working along with the city. The city will be supportive of their acquisition of any easements and working through our right-of-way process. I do want to add that 24-inch diameter line is oversized. It's oversized at the city of request. That is because that will open up other potential possibilities of the sale of effluent water to additional customers as well. Once all of that infrastructure is installed and accepted by the city, the ownership of that property will be conveyed to the city of Corpus Christi. It's a significant investment. It's estimated at between $70 and $100 million.
New files sorted.
The
one placed in wooded
30-year
folders.
agreement of purchasing the effluent water, the purchase
Quarantine,
price
zero
will
empty
be
folders.
at the city's established raw water rate. Currently, that's $1.80
IVC
per
JSON
thousand.
generation complete
So
with
that
wedded
rate
series
will
files.
go up each year as the city continues to invest in its
Workflow complete
raw
with
water
fixed
supply.
JSON.
Additionally, Valero will reimburse the city for operational costs that consist of the electric costs to operate the pumps, any chemicals utilized, or any other maintenance activities. Those costs will be tracked and monitored, and then it'll be reviewed with Valero, and like I said, they will reimburse us for those costs as well.
31.
I would like to say that it's been this came together in there's a lot of pressure for this to come together in a good time frame. The importance is that we offset our water supply demand. And one way to do that is by furnishing our existing customers with effluent water. As you can see, the initial phase of 3 million gallons a day, that's a significant number. You add another 5 to make it a total of 8 million gallons a day. That is a significant number as well. It's been a good team working together with Valero. I think they've been very cooperative in adhering to our requests and working together to meet this timeline. As you can see, there's a general layout or alignment of that conveyance line from Greenwood to their facility. But the key I do want to say is Valero they're investing more money just to upsize that line so that we could potentially provide additional effluent water to other large volume customers and take even more, reduce our demand even more. Again, it's an offsetting demand. The additional 5 MGD, just to clarify, how does that become available? That becomes available when the construction of the conveyance line from the OSO wastewater treatment plant to the Greenwood wastewater treatment
the Corpus
plant.
Christi B
That design
Corporation meeting
contract
to
is
order.
with
Ms.
Ardura,
Huerta, please
and
call the roll.
council approved
President
that
Diana
contract.
Summers.
I want to say about
Vice
6
President
weeks ago.
Jesus Jimenez.
Present.
And
Mark
next, just
LaRue is
to
absent.
highlight, so
Victoria
Valero,
Holland
with
is
their own
absent.
money,
Johnny
spending
Filipello.
about $100 million
Duke
for
Concello is
design
absent.
and
Claudia
construction.
Nostradashi. Here.
And they're doing
Okay,
everything.
we do have a
We've
quorum
talked about,
present to conduct the meeting.
Councilwoman, you and I talked about it a lot, that the staff is
Moving on to item C, public comment. Would anyone like to make public comment?
100%.
Seeing
they're
none,
gonna
Ms.
design
Huerta,
it,
have
they're
you
gonna,
received any public
construct
comments?
it.
No, ma'am.
$100 million investment, and then
moving
they're going
on
to
to
give it to the
item
city,
D,
so that
the minutes.
asset
Are there
becomes
any
ours.
corrections
So we
to
get
the
$100
minutes?
million pipeline. And Nick,
If
how
there
many
are none,
miles
I'll
is it in
entertain a
total?
motion to
'Cause it's
approve
not
the
just like
meeting
right down the
minutes.
street. It's
No, it's not. I think
motion.
you're looking at 10 plus. I don't
there
have
a
the
second?
exact number.
okay,
but
over
yeah.
10 miles.
All in favor, say aye.
Everybody in the pipe business
Aye.
knows that
Any
it's
opposed, say no.
expensive. So,
Motion
and then
carries.
just to highlight, and then I'll turn it over
All right,
to
moving
the council,
on
but
to
the
item
8
E, the
million
financial
is half
report.
of the
The type B
total
financial
project
report
that
as
we
of
have on the
November
books now
30th,
for the effluent
2025.
reuse. In total, will be 16 million within 2 years, that essentially we're getting 16 million more in water that we can sell to current customers, potable water. Valero doesn't need potable water for the cooling and cleaning processes. So this is a great, I think we're going to submit this somewhere for an award, because it's a great use of effluent that up to this point has just been discharged into the Gulf. Essentially it goes to the Gulf. So we're basically creating 16 million gallons of fresh water
for the financial statement.
the demand that we have in our system. Valero stepping up, partnering with us, investing $100 million to make that happen.
That wasn't apparent on the statement.
And then not only are they doing that, but they're going to give us the $100 million
remaining of the
asset.
unaudited financials as of November 30th, 2025. You should have received a kind of a cheat sheet on sales tax.
Placement scan complete.
I'm sorry, the type A, type B, it's called sales tax notes.
I really do.
And for me, it's something I kind of reference back to, especially with this new type B that should be coming into effect here this fiscal year. And
I wish they could spend $1.2 billion.
Have questions or existing board members, my contact information.
Enough, I guess.
Trim
On
complete.
the bottom of that cheat sheet.
Processed 15.
Quarantine
Quarantine
just want to
0.
highlight here for the board, we have the The existing type B funds, as I go through this presentation, the existing type B
Boost 18 files to processing still.
funds, and so the type B fund,
for example,
as
I think Valero is, I don't know, suing us, or what they're doing something with us about the water rates or something like that.
And 50% of that sales tax goes to economic development.
They're utilizing what's available to them, so that they can contest anybody living outside the city limits.
I mean, are they really like work with us and drop that and just...
that goes into the
we can
streets
ask for Flint Hills, one of the refiners, Flint Hills,
to
drop their
in this new
PUC
fiscal year,
plant.
we do have the type A's that were voted to be repurposed for new type B's. So
for whatever reason, we don't deliver the water or something happens
to
the pipeline or to the
facilities, an arterial collector street fund,
for damages,
which is a total 1/8 cent sales tax.
Time and all. It's
and then
on
we
the
also
contract.
have the
I just
downtown
don't feel
seawall
like
type A fund, which will become the
damages are allowed under law resulting from such
sales
failure.
tax for the
I mean, is there anything that we could do with this kind of language? I mean, it just
this presentation does include those new funds that are to be created.
I think what you're referring to, Councilman, is there is a provision where that conveyance line from Oso to Greenwood
was supposed to commence October
has to be
1st,
constructed within a 5-year period. That's a conservative period, of course, we're pushing our during their team quickly. But that frees up the extra 5 million gallons a day, and if that doesn't happen, they get a proportional share in terms
budget from October through December in the presentation.
They're investing in designing for
with no
more than 8 million gallons a day. Their eventual take will be
sales tax is sitting in the
the contract agreement, my opinion, it's a win-win. It's a win-win for the city. It's a win for Valero. It's been a pleasure working with them. We've worked with them as a partner. And they're here today, and I agree with them.
Just a second. Explain it again. I don't think the listening council members understand it. So Valero's going to invest $100 million for a pipeline that ultimately gets $8 million. All we can get right now is 3 from Greenwood.
If you want to talk to me afterwards,
so we're going to get the rest from Oso. And that project we're doing, we have to build a pipeline from Oso to Greenwood. So what the contract says is Valero's saying if we're going to spend $100 million, then there has to be some guarantee we're going to get that $5 million. We can't enter into this. They spend $100 million, and then we say, we're just joking about the Oso pipeline. We're not going to do it.
So the first presentation here, first slide here is the budget to actuals for the economic development fund. So this is 50%
after how many years are we responsible for the pipeline?
Mentioned earlier.
Like, once they build it, they're going to give it to us right away, or after 30 years?
No, as soon as it's constructed, as soon as the infrastructure is constructed in place, the city will review and accept it. We will review it, make sure it's built for standards, and then we will accept it immediately.
That leaves about $3.9 million of revenues
or take ownership
remaining of the fiscal year.
Yes, sir.
And then we're responsible for maintaining
next
it,
row, we want to jump down to the total expenditures of about $10.6 million was budgeted for fiscal year 2026.
Valero will have to pay their proportional share of future required maintenance with that line for the extent of the 30-year agreement. So, for example, say that line, we're moving 12 million gallons a day.
Jumping to the last row,
Valero is taking 8.
On a budget
if
basis,
there is a major
the year at $3.6 million.
Significant maintenance required on that line, they would have to pay their 8 MGD proportional share for that maintenance.
And as you consume expenditure budget, that fund balance will drop
to be online.
Well, it is tough because there are right-of-ways. They have to install that line. What they've stated, and we're working with them, is hopefully it's 2 years or so.
Column, starting with the first row of 2026.
1 year for design, 1 year for construction.
The math on this table is essentially you take your beginning fund balance, we're going to estimate annual revenues. We account for commitments of incentives that are coming up, and as well as administration and other expenditures that will be paid out.
Okay, I don't necessarily have an issue with 30 years. They're investing quite a bit of capital, and they have to be able to amortize that expense over a period of time.
What I will highlight in the next couple slides are the existing commitments as well as the administration and other expenditures.
They are going to be taking the reclaimed water, but they're also going to have access to our treated water currently, what they're currently using.
Sales tax, we do keep that flat.
For whatever happens, we have an issue with our wastewater pipe.
Until we start adding
whatever happens, they still have access
your available funds are about roughly 26
treated water, correct?
That is correct.
And they're still going to be paying the treated water
This
rates
next
if they
slide
take
comes
that
back
water.
to
That is correct.
the major business and small business contracts. So that 8.2 million we saw in the previous slide as far as commitments.
Sell water that we were just
this is what makes up
throwing
your
away
commitments in
into
2026 and future
into the
years,
bay.
existing contracts. So just going down and highlighting a couple of these agreements, just some of the larger ones we have.
But,
Exports Company LLC,
this is new revenue
the 1.8
in a lot of
million
ways.
committed.
I understand that we're going to be losing some revenue from selling treated water, but ultimately that's a short-term issue. It's going to be a long-term gain because eventually we'll sell that water somewhere else.
And
so I think this overall is a good thing. We should have done this a while back. I know decisions were made differently in the past. Ultimately, I'd like to see this program expanded to other industrial partners. That way, we need to make sure that they have the water they need to perform the functions that they're doing.
This next slide
they
is what's
provide
committed for
economic development not only for us, but for Texas and for the United States. So it's important that we support this. I am supporting this forward.
Funding
Thank
that
you.
goes over to the city for administrative
Councilwoman
services. Here,
Well,
one of the larger
industry does get
expenses is transferred
criticized
to
a
the
lot,
CIP
and
fund,
they're
and
very
I believe
valuable
that
to
is
the
for
community, and I think
Harbor
most of
Playhouse,
us understand
building
that.
and
But I just
HVAC
want to thank y'all for
improvements.
stepping up. I think you did that, and I think there's times when we need to thank industry.
Next slide here is our housing fund. So
We've
this
had
is a
public
separate
comment.
checkbook
They didn't step
that I
up, they didn't do
spoke
this,
of
they
with
didn't do
the
that.
estimated
You
sales
are
tax revenue to
stepping
be
up,
funded
and
at
it's a big
500,000.
investment, so thank
We've
you
already
very
funded
much.
those 500,000, so we
Okay.
jump down to the total
Thank you.
revenues.
We've got
is,
Valero
on a budget basis, we
representation.
expect
Raise your hand.
575,000 of revenues to come in.
Thank you for the investment. And
Actual
we're
revenues
really glad
earned
that this is coming to
516,000.
fruition. If there's any way
This leaves
income
about 58,000 of
prior to
interest
2
earnings
years,
paying to
as was
be earned
mentioned
for
earlier,
the rest of the year.
please make it happen. But we
Going down to
appreciate it
total
because this
expenditures,
is
the
really,
total
it's smart and
75,000
forward
has been-
thinking.
was
It really
budgeted as
is,
of
and we
November.
appreciate it. It strengthens our water
Expenditures
supply,
amounted
it
to
reduces
about
strain on our water
13,000, leaving
system,
about 61,000
and it's just a
appropriations and
perfect
spent.
piece to the puzzle
Jumping
right
to the
now.
bottom
So we
line
appreciate
here,
it, and I
any
know we
fund
have
balance
more
on a
coming
budget basis is
with
estimated
other
to be about
industry
3
partners,
million.
and that's exciting as well.
As
Right,
of
yes,
November
ma'am. So the
30th,
total
it is
project will be
roughly about
16
3
million
million
gallons
I do want to note here
of
in
reuse.
December as well,
Yeah. Wonderful.
December 8th, the
By
commitment to
November
the
26th.
Apollo
We're
Beta
going to
Senior
write that in
Apartments.
before we pass this.
There's a commitment of $1
There you
million
go.
that'll show up in your
Okay.
next
All
financials.
righty, well, let's see here. Do we have public comment? I'm going to open public
The next
comment on
one here, we
item
have the
number
streets. And
19.
Let me know when you're ready, everyone.
This is the last one for the
holding over
existing
here,
Type
sorry.
B authorization. This fund has total revenues budgeted at $4 million.
Jason Hill,
Actuals
Corpus
amounted
Christi.
to $293,000.
So
about
the
3.8 million
wastewater
pending to be,
outflows
to be
are
earned.
beneficial to the bay,
Expenditures
the
amount to
environment.
4.1 million.
And I was just
with,
wondering if there were any
a large chunk of
assessments that
being
were
the
done
transfer
to
out the
see
street CIP
what the
fund.
effect would be for
And the next slide we'll cover
removing
what those streets
those
are.
outflows
Total
to our
expenditures
bays.
as of November 30th
I know
amounted to
Oso
17,000.
Creek,
This
a
leaves
lot
about
of their
4.1
flow
million of
is
appropriations pending to be spent.
effluent from the wastewater treatment
Jumping
plant.
to the bottom line, typically this fund is cleared out
Y'all are
and
talking
transferred
about
out to
scaling
streets,
this up,
but we're
so
estimating
I'd
a
just
fund
like
balance
to
of about
know
35,000.
what y'all are doing
As
to
of November,
assess
we have
the impacts
398,000.
from removing the effluent flows from the base.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
your street CIP
we're not
fund.
supposed to answer these questions, but it's
Total
important to get this
16.3
out.
million
So
has been budgeted for,
the consultant,
the
we have a
streets that are
consultant
listed
that's
there.
helping us,
Expenditures
and
life
we
today
are
amount to
leaving. We will
3.6.
discharge
We do have
a
encumbrances of
level
about
of water
4.8
still
million.
into the
This
bay and
leaves about
estuaries there.
7.9 million of
We're not
appropriations
taking it
pending to be
all
committed.
away from the system.
Right.
We know that if you look at, if you go down Ennis
So
Jocelyn
here
and
we
the
start the new
Oso
Type B
wastewater
funds.
treatment
So
plant
these are
right
the
across
funds
the way
that
is that
Type A.
thriving
So
ecosystem
this
that was
fund here is
created
the
by the
facilities
city
fund.
with the discharge.
Total revenues budgeted.
So we're determining what is the minimum
4.5.
amount to keep that
As mentioned earlier, we won't
ecosystem
see any
healthy,
actuals to the month
and that
of
will
January.
be discharged
And also
still
just keep
into
in
the bay
mind
system
when
there.
we say January, this January sales tax,
review
we won't
also of
receive
the
those
Oso
until
Creek.
March.
That
So
won't have as
January
much
sales
water
tax earned in
obviously in
January,
it,
followed with the state in
but it'll have a
February,
minimal level
return
to
to the state in
maintain the
March.
health of the creek system.
Here, expenditures
just
were
concerned if you
conservatively
remove
budgeted
90% of
$78,000.
it, what's
This
going
is
to be the
an
impact? It
anticipation
would
building
be
up the
nice to
fund
see some
balance
sort of
of
report
about
or assessment
4.5
that
million.
kind of details that
Year
kind
to-date expenditures amount to about
We'll have that for the community.
$15,312.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
The next
Mr.
fund we have is
Anyone
the
else?
streets fund. Same thing here. This is one that was anticipated to start in October.
Rachel Caballero, D1. Thank you to industry. I mean, the clock was ticking, and we appreciate them coming to the table. Darcy, good job. The concern that I have and why I'm speaking is because I rummaged through the contract of the 22-page, 21-page contract,
budget here is about
and
4.5 million.
unfortunately, we may need to look at replacing our local attorneys because these contracts are made in favor of the
lastly, this is our sales tax revenue update.
signers. They're never in favor of the community, one, or the city, two.
It's a little tough to look at.
Accordingly, Valero shall be entitled to seek and obtain specific performance of the city's delivery obligations and recover all damages allowed under law resulting from such failure, without limitation to the pursuit of specific performance after notice and opportunity to cure. So monetary damages alone would be inadequate to compensate Valero for the city's failure to perform. So if you all don't perform, and mind you, we've been in a drought without water for how long? With no solutions, maybe a few now. And so we are not a good local government entity that actually completes things, completes them on time, under budget, and properly. And so now, monetary damages isn't going to be enough. You guys are going to have to figure out ways to supply them water should this not come to fruition. So maybe these contracts need to be reviewed a little more thoroughly by
the board will go into executive session on item number 3 per Texas Government Code section 551071 and 551087. We will return.
Susie Luna Saldana. I do want to thank Valero for being the first one to step up. Thank you very much for what you're doing. And I want to thank our staff because they work very hard. It's easy to criticize, okay? And I do want our city protected. However, I want to make sure that we thank the people that are stepping up to the plate. And I hope that more of industry comes aboard and does the same thing. So a big thank you for the people of Corpus Christi for coming up to the plate.
Michael Miller, District 2. I think this is a good news story. I think this is a great project. I wish it had been done 12 years ago when it was first brought to the council. But, you know, it's never too late. But one of the reasons why it was explained to me why it was rejected the first time it came to council is pretty simple. It's an economics deal, right? So if you have a customer that's currently buying 8 million gallons per day from you at a certain cost, and all of a sudden that customer is now paying significantly less than that, though they're, you know, providing the infrastructure and everything to bring that water to them, then you have, you know, a cost of service that goes up. And because you're delivering the same amount of water, or you have the same fixed costs to deliver that water, but all of a sudden your customer is now paying a little bit less because they've made an investment into this effluent deal. So I just want to make sure that as we continue to bring on new water projects, that we have a good rate modeler on board that is constantly monitoring, you know, what is the cost of this project, how much water does it produce, how much is it going to cost to deliver that water, everything else, because I think we're in kind of a panic buy mode right now. I'm not talking about this project at all. I'm talking about some of the other projects that we have. And as we continue to, you know, evaluate and, you know, enter into these agreements on future water projects, we just need to make sure that we're understanding that we have to figure out a way to increase demand. Otherwise, you know, the price goes up. So just keep everything in mind, balance it all out. And I've talked to Mr. Zanoni about something that I'm concerned about. I think the time has come that Corpus Christi Water becomes a separate entity than the city of Corpus Christi. We have a lot of talks about credit ratings and things of that nature. And as we continue to take on debt, it's going to
starting JSON
put us
security
in a bind, for every road, fire station, everything that we purchase moving forward. Just because that's what kind of happened at San Diego Water whenever they started building the desalination plant over there. Their credit rating tanked to BBB minus while they were building that plant. And until the plant started producing water that they could sell, did their credit ratings recover. So that needs to be looked at very closely. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Jim Klein. I live in District 2 here in Corpus Christi. I also think this is a good project. I do have some concerns about the length of it. I think Councilwoman Campos' comments are well taken. 30 years is a long time. And you look back the opposite direction. 30 years ago, the Dallas Cowboys won the Super Bowl. I think this could be done at 5 years and then potentially renewed, or 10 years as well, and then renewed as well. I don't think that we need to be locked in for 30 years. That's the big concern I have about this. The other one I've got really echoes what Mr. Hale mentioned before, because those wastewater outflows do impact the salinity of the bays and estuaries in the area. And I want to make sure that if we're going to reduce the flow, the amount of fresh water being dumped into the bays and estuaries, that we're not going to unintentionally increase the salinity of those bays and estuaries as well. So I ask you to take that into consideration also. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public comment. And I will entertain a motion to approve item number 19.
Well, there's an amendment, but there was no second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know, but there was no second.
There was no.
Oh, did you second it?
Yeah, there was a second.
No.
The amendment.
The amendment.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so the amendment dies. We have a motion and a second for the, as presented.
Motion as presented.
Please present your, I'm sorry, please
ordinance
submit
as
your
presented.
Okay, the motion carries. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it's 1:28. We are going to go ahead and take a break. We're going to go, the council's going to go into executive session on items 29 through 33 per Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. And we will return.
Warning. Large file detected.
Someone go ahead. I put a call in. It's going to be a follow-up on this crash I both had for the was it the caller on 710's apparently the owner wants to talk to somebody. Received, thank you.
It's just taking me to an open field. Can you text me the RP's number?
2562. E66 1070, all clear. Go ahead. Can I get a new follow-up work order created for G2 Underground for address 1405 South Water Street?
Scan complete. System is secure.
to dispatch transporting. Respond shoreline. 519 traffic. South Gregory and Alamo, Robert Paul Victor 7836. Robert Paul Victor 7836. $635. I believe I might be 23.
For all my fellow seniors, forget pulling your pants to your chest. Meet airflexion. Bring comfort down to earth without the grandpa look. The only pants that understood the men over 50 assignment.
Trust me, these will become your favorite pants.
10-inch elastic waistband fits your belly nicely. No belts, no suspenders needed. Roomy fit at crotch and thighs for maximum movement. Added pleats for a sharp look, premium Versalite fabric, highly breathable, and sweat control. Convenience is prioritized with sleek pockets. The best part? Airflexion is machine washable, creates no wrinkles even after sitting for hours. Easy pair with casual tops, polo, or shirts. I'm not rich or famous, but these pants make people wonder. Pay one.
Mayor, I want to give you the opportunity and the respect
we have
to
returned
see
from
what
the
you want to do
executive
on this
session.
item
Is there a
because
motion on the floor?
you're the leader of this council.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny company's request for extension of default notice and motion finding company failed to observe and obey all applicable laws, ordinances, and regulations under Section 11 of the agreement, and finding that this agreement is terminated due to company's failure to cure.
Is there a second?
We can discuss the time frame.
All those in favor?
There's been some discussion on the time frame.
Time frame for what?
Any opposed?
Public comment?
The motion passes.
Like 12:30? Having that 12:30 or?
All right, moving on to public hearing.
About how
Item
long.
number 4,
So
public hearing and motion
welcome
amending
to-
the Affordable
I'm
Housing Project
open
Loan Agreement
to
with
any
Corpus Christi
suggestions.
Huntwick
I think
Avenue
the other
LP,
issue was,
commonly known as the
the
Palo Verde
non-residents.
Senior Apartments,
They
in the
have 1
amount of $1
minute
million.
now.
So what I wanted to do was move the public comment at 12 o'clock, wasn't how it was before. And then also give everybody an opportunity
Senior Apartments at
at a 3-minute
5501 Huntwick. It's 80
comment,
units,
because
if
I
you
feel
recall,
that
80
there's people that
units
come from
of senior
Portland
living,
were
75
sent
of
in
which
to make
would be
public comment. I
affordable.
think 1 minute is
The
not
$1
enough
million
time for them
needs to be
to
appropriated
say what they want to say.
into the B
And we also do
Corporation's
provide water
budget,
to
and
those
while
cities
we're
and
doing
stuff like
that, we
that.
would
So
like to ask for a couple of amendments. Nothing that we
total
feel
of
is
3 minutes
substantial to the
for
agreement that
every
was
speaker
approved in
is
December.
doable.
I do want to go ahead in full transparency and highlight some of those items.
Like stopping
You do have a
public comment
copy of the
after
red
hour and a
line.
half. I just don't think
One
that's
of the
right.
changes
I
that
think
has been
the public has a right to speak
has
to
been
us.
recommended
And,
was they would like
voice of the
for the
concerns.
general partner to be
But
the
that's my
signatory
opinion,
on the
you know,
agreement instead of
all
the
I wanted to
limited
do was
partner.
do
We
at
don't
12
have any
o'clock
issues.
and do the 3 minutes for
One
everybody.
of the other items that
So,
we have
any
asked be
other
put in is that there's an
suggestions,
automatic termination
ideas,
upon the borrower
it's fine.
failing to receive bank financing
Thank
or
you, Councilman.
failing to
Let's hear
comply with
from others.
applicable federal, state
Councilwoman
laws,
Campos.
including
Thank
but
you,
not
Mayor.
limited to the city ordinances.
Wow, this has been,
And then
going on, well, since I've,
they have requested that they be given 60 days to cure any sort of deficiencies throughout the project instead of 30 days. And we didn't have any problems with that.
But the problem is that it's after we have already taken action.
We have, throughout a couple of agreements now, put in some rules that apply to our federal home program that don't apply to Type B funds, and they've requested that those requirements come out of the agreement.
Going back to the 12 o'clock,
it's not very often that we're able to take out regulations from an agreement rather than have to put some in.
One evening,
and it will reduce the monitoring that staff has to do.
Evening, so that there are we can have people
rules and regulations that don't apply to Type B. They will still apply to the project because we'll have them in our home agreement, on our home documents, but they don't have to be in Type B. They're not applicable.
Time on, for us, for city council,
and those were those items.
I wouldn't mind coming back another night.
Can I ask a question?
Actually, it would be, I guess, Monday night.
If
and
they don't
the
comply
other
with
is
that,
the
do they still get
3-minute
the Type B
allowance.
funds?
I've been advocating that for a while now because I do see people from Robstown
I would say it
our surrounding areas,
so
Portland, whatever.
5 years
we are
from
the
now,
water
and they
providers
are
for 500,000
compliant
customers.
with a home rule.
But yet, we
for
only
example,
give them 1 minute
a tenant's
when they
rent was
come in
miscalculated.
person. So I've
they
never
would be given a
felt
time to cure
that was right
but
or
if
just.
they default
So
on
I
that
hope
loan,
that
then there are problems with the
we can change
financing,
that.
right? But
that's
not
about it.
everything is. Not everything means a loan default. I want to be clear there. So it depends.
Councilman,
I think I follow you.
Yeah. So because these are cash flow loans, they can't really default on the loans.
A minute. You can't say much in a minute.
If there's no money, so I know that's a weird answer.
I don't have a problem.
Yeah, it depends on what it is and whether or not it can be cured.
But you're saying there's
I do believe the majority of people that have spoken
I guess looking at the loan,
that are not
the
from
red
this
line
area,
changes, it's on
either
the
have some
income
type of
limits
connection.
of
They're
who
not just up here,
is living
they have
in
some
these
type of
apartments
connection. And
as
I think
well
3
as-
minutes, I'm okay with that. I don't have a
No,
problem.
they're still 60% and below.
Okay.
But Type B refers
Councilman
to a
Hernandez?
certain section
Has there
of
been
the
a motion
federal
on this yet?
code.
No.
It does not
Okay.
refer to the home section.
The reason we went to
Home
1
units
minute
are actually
for
tied to
non-residents is we were
80%
getting
limits.
phone,
This is
because during
more
the COVID period,
restrictive
we were
in
getting
the way
phone calls
everything's
from
being
people
written
from
at
California,
60%.
people
But there's
from
a
Austin, people
the
from
federal
Houston.
income limits and rent limits, there
And we
are
were taking up a lot of time and didn't have any
We're
real
specifically
connection
tied
to
to the
this
home rent
area.
limits under the home
Now,
program.
that
and
doesn't apply to
these
people from
section-
Sinton
Jackie, I
or
don't suppose you know off the
Portland
top of
or
your head.
anybody that's local in the local area. So I would suggest that, well, when a motion is made, that we change this to all people that are in person
But
get
I don't
3
know the
minutes.
federal reg off
Not,
the top.
I thought
not
that
everybody
there
that
was a-
registered, because
there's a
then we'll end up with
home
people
loan of
from
$1 million,
California again,
correct? And
signing
so-
up and
And they were
telling
saying
us,
they still had
you
a
know,
$1
for 3
million
minutes,
shortfall, which is why they came to Type B.
stuff
And so
that really is
they
not
still have to
relevant
meet the home loan
to our community and the
requirements
people
for
that
that
are
$1 million.
affected by our decisions.
And we're going to take
So
care of
I
that
want to
in
make
the
sure
home
that, you know,
loan
I'll make that
documents.
that amendment
There
when
are
it
two
comes
sets
up.
of loan documents.
If they no longer meet the
Councilwoman
home
Vaughn.
loan requirements,
Rebecca,
isn't
have you
our
checked to see what
loan
other cities
kind of
do?
contingent on that? Because we're coming in.
Yes, ma'am. We did that
in
research.
behind it.
And what was it?
Actually, you're going to be in front of it.
I don't have it in front of me right now.
What we did last month was
recall
determine
what
that
question?
the Type B
About
board wanted
just
to be.
time? I know the county has a
ahead of
time
the
limit.
home loan.
Did other cities time limit,
So
or
if
did
they
they allow
lose the $1
everybody
million
3 minutes,
for the
no
home
matter how long
loan,
it went?
I think
the way this
a
project was
couple
presented was they
cities,
needed both
had,
loans.
Yes.
rules
So they
about
do need both
residents and
loans.
non-residents, but
The-
most
the
of them,
things that are being
I
put
don't know
in
if
are-
they,
most of them
their
are
councils may
during
not have had that issue where a lot of
compliance. So, for
non-residents show
example,
up. So
if
I recall off the
we
top
are
of
in
my
year
head just a couple
3,
cities.
and
of
there
the-
is a deficiency in a
About
home
10, about the 10
a home
of the 10
tenant
cities that we
income
polled.
file.
They
They
did
counted
what?
income that they shouldn't
just
have counted,
had one time limit for
the
everybody.
rent was
And how
$30
much was the
higher
time
than it
limit,
should have
you know?
been.
It was
That's not a
up to
default.
3. So I
That's
think
a
one of them
monitoring
had 5,
finding
but that's very unusual.
that they
Yeah,
can
those
cure
So they
on the
didn't have a
next
time
lease
limit
up
that said
or by
your
reducing the
public
rent.
comment is from
Not
12 to
everything is
1:30.
necessarily a default
Oh,
on
you
the
mean
loan.
for the
So
session?
we are not going
for
to
the
issue,
session.
because there's a home loan violation.
I want to say 2 did.
We're not going
right?
to issue a monitoring finding on both the home side
Yeah,
and
there were several
the
cities
Type
that
B
had a
side
specific
if the
time
one
frame.
rule
Yeah, there
only
were several
applies
cities
to
that
the
had a
other.
specific time
No,
frame, so
it
they
doesn't mean that one
were
doesn't
between 60 to
impact,
90
but it's
minutes
not
was
necessarily a default
come in
default on the
and they would
loan
divide up the
when it's a
number of
monitoring finding that
speakers
can be cured.
by the number
So
of minutes,
overall, does the project
usually with
still
a
have
not
to
to
meet the
exceed
home
3
loan
minutes.
requirement?
Yes.
Okay.
And the reason
so
I asked
we're not
this
easing
is,
any
here's
income
the
levels
memory,
here.
is the reason
with
that
the
we went
changes
to
on the Type
530.
B loan.
And
they
whenever
still
I
have to
proposed
have
it, I said we
the
would
home
come
loan
back in 2
under
or
their
3
$1 million
months and
agreement.
review
What we
it
are
and see if
doing
it
is
worked.
releasing
We
an
went because the
administrative
meetings
burden
got out
of having them having to
with
document
the
twice
audience
and
up
having
here. They
us
were out of control.
monitor twice
And we were
and
spending
making sure that
3 to
everything
4
applies to
hours
both loans.
every
If
meeting
it doesn't,
for public
that's all
comment.
that's happening.
And we were
But
exhausted
there
by
are
the
those
end of the
other
day, and
items,
you can't
the
make good
cure
decisions
from
when
30
you're
days
tired.
to 60 days,
So that is the
and the
reason that
change
they
from
moved, that we
the
moved
limited
it for a
partner
trial
to the general
basis.
partner that's signing.
Now,
But
I think we need to be
those are
real
not
careful.
anything substantial
I understand
for us.
the 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think.
But there is
We're
no
out of town.
meaningful
1 minute
changes
is
here. I'm just
definitely
trying to be
not enough.
transparent.
We got to be
Appreciate
really
it, and thank you
careful,
for the
Mayor,
clarification.
because
Yes, ma'am.
we're getting ready to hit some hot
I'll make a
topics coming
motion
up
to
again.
approve
DSAL
the-
will be coming up in February.
Amended contract.
We're going to
I think
have
we need to have a public hearing.
groundwater
Yes.
discussions. So we could have
We need
another
to
area where
open-
we've got a line out of
So
here
sorry.
where we're spending 3 to 4
does it-
hours.
Do we have any
Yeah,
other
I'm fine
additional
with doing that
questions?
if y'all want to do it, but we
Okay.
really need to
Seeing
think about
none,
what we're
we're going
doing.
to open
So I'm
for
open to
public
all
hearing.
suggestions right now.
Have we
but
received
I'm-
any
I'm with
public
Gil on
comments?
out of state.
No.
They do not
Okay.
need 3 minutes.
I'm going to close the public
Is
hearing.
3
and
minutes
now we
too
can
much for
entertain
out
a
of
motion.
town?
Okay,
Do
I'll
we
make
put our
the motion.
priority for our residents that live in Nueces County? I think we have to
Are there-
think it through.
Any further
And I
discussion?
think every council member needs to weigh in.
All those in favor say aye.
Because it affects all of us. And
All those
Mr.
opposed?
Sinoni, I would like to hear what he has to
Thank
say.
you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Zanoni.
All right, moving on to item
Well, so when
J,
Councilwoman
Executive
Vaughn,
Director comments. Do we
when
have any
recommended moving it to
comments?
5:30, I agreed
Right.
because what was
Seeing none.
happening at that time
I
is
do have a quick question.
we want public
We've
comment, but
discussed
there
having a
was
workshop
long duration of public
on,
comment, which was
Type A
exhausting
and Type B
the
going
council
forward.
to
Do we
where
have any
millions
update
of dollars
as
of business
to that
decisions were
workshop
at
being
a
scheduled?
late hour with an exhausted set of board members.
We have not
i.e.
discussed
the
any
council.
dates.
So,
but we can
I,
go to that
and
this
I
week and
being
come up
here
with some
7
options
years,
next up a meeting
I have
with
heard a lot
yourself
of people
and-
say they
I think
like
we'd
that
like to see that
lunchtime
before the first quarter
time
closes,
because they can come in during
so
the
it can
lunchtime.
impact things going
and it's
forward.
more
So let's
convenient,
get that on the
although
calendar, please. Thank you
Councilwoman
very much.
Compos's group
All right,
that
there
we've
being no
worked
further
with
business, this
likes
meeting
the
is adjourned.
5:30 because that's more convenient. So either way, some folks won't have convenience. Some people like the noon time because they can come in during their lunch break. Other people can't leave for lunch, and so they like the 5:30 time frame. I would support or recommend having a time limit. So if you say we have an hour and a half of total public comment, because this is a board meeting, like it or not, and I know some people don't like me saying that, but the city council is acting as the board of the city, and there's important business decisions that have to be made up here. And the council doesn't convene to listen exclusively to comments, because you can hear that anytime, anywhere, and we do. I take phone calls, I take texts, I take appointments, and the council should too. So the meeting format is not the only time we can ever listen to a resident, and it shouldn't be. But the council only has this one time a week, 3 times a month to conduct extensive business for the community. And if you have a tired board of directors, i.e. council, we're not making good decisions for the community. So I do support some type of a limit on the amount of time given the council freshness and alertness to make big business decisions and governance decisions and quality life decisions. So that would be my thought.
Thank you, Peter. Councilman Kinchu.
Me personally, I don't support time limit. I think that's what we signed up for. Hear the public and hear the concerns. I know Peter said there's other ways to get a hold of us, text, phone, emails, but honestly, how many times do we really respond to the public through emails and texting people back? I do. In the beginning, I was really bad about reading emails and not responding. And then I learned real quick that I need to respond, and I respond to my emails every day. And they are very appreciative of that. But I really feel that we need to hear the people out. I don't think it's going to be all the time for hours. Maybe big issues like DSAL is going to be a big issue, and we're gonna have a long line here. But it's not going to be every single meeting, and I understand what Peter says. We're making a lot of big dollar decisions, but we got to hear these people out. That's what we signed up for, and even if we do it at 12 or 5:30. If it's 3-4 hours,
Did Textbox ever respond about
I just feel like
flashing lights?
we have to do it. I agree with Hernandez and Vaughn about the limits of people from out of town. But what about, we keep it at 1 minute for people from out of town, however, but anybody that we provide water to, we hear them for 3 minutes. Whoever we provide water to, utility services, we and keep it in Nueces County, but if it's somebody in San Pat County, give them 3 minutes. If they're from Kingsville, we don't provide anything in Kingsville, we give them 1 minute. I have no problem with that. My main concern is our residents of Corpus Christi and the surrounding areas that we provide water to. And water is a big issue in Corpus. So I think that's reasonable. But the time limit, I just feel that it's not good. We're gonna cut somebody off after an hour and a half. Hey, sorry, I don't have went out already, so you can't talk. I mean, that's just not right. That's not how it works. And I think they have rights and they need to be heard, and we need to fulfill our duties, that we promised the people when we got elected, and we need to do that. So I will make a motion. Do I have to make a motion, or does Gil make a motion about his?
Well, you got to make a motion on the actual item you have there, and then we'll amend it afterwards.
Okay. Say it one more time, Gil.
Well, you have it as written, right?
Okay.
Which, if you read it, it's specifically, it's as it's written, discuss, consider possible action for general public comment to begin at 12 p.m. exactly, and allow for registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment, regardless of residency. And I want to add that in person.
Yeah.
If someone makes the effort to come to our council chambers to speak to us, I believe they deserve the right to get 3 minutes.
I agree with.
If they're going to call from California, they get 1 minute.
Okay. That's what I
Texas.
I thought it already had the language in person, because that was my request as well.
Okay.
Why don't we hear from everybody before you
What?
make the motion? Hear from
Yeah.
Got it. I'm just saying it because this is my last time to talk, so I don't want. Yeah, this is my second time.
Well,
Yeah. Huh?
you didn't make the motion yet, but you can
Okay.
after. We've got 3 more people who have to hear from, and then we'll come back for the motion. Okay, Councilman Scott.
Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate moving it to noon. I would support a 60 to 90-minute cap. I'm okay with 3 minutes. I think the county, I guess, and the port has a cap, so I would just follow their process. I haven't heard, maybe I just missed it, but I haven't heard opposition or criticism to that process. I would just simply say everybody gets 3 minutes, non-residents gets 2 minutes. I hear what you're saying about whether they buy our water, although I think they technically buy water from a third party, although we provide water to the San Patricio Water District. So if you're asking me, noon, 60 or 90-minute cap, 3 minutes if there's enough people, or you change based on the number of people that sign up, and 3 minutes to non-residents.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Well, I just wanted to just state the fact that I thought that it was the in-person. When I said about the 3 minutes, it would be in-person. So, and it must be city related. So, so that we just don't have anybody coming here and, I don't know, talking about religion or some other thing that is not appropriate for city council business. So I'd like to make the motion to approve this as proposed with the additional language of in person.
I think, hold on, because I think Councilman was waiting and he was amending. Yeah, we're gonna let everybody take a turn before. You good? Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to share my sentiments as well. I agree. I think that we're inviting people to come do what is in their right, which is to contact their government. And so everybody should have that 3 minutes if they've made the trip down here to City Hall. And I too see there's a mixed bag of who enjoys the PM and who enjoys the afternoon, but I believe that if we move this to noon, they can still submit a video or something like that if they're not able to attend in the afternoon. So perhaps we can still list that, they still need to state their name and where they reside, but then they could upload a media file or something like that.
In lieu of making public comment virtually?
Yeah.
We can just do a video after. I guess it's possible, but
we have the technology to support like we're doing right now, right? So we would keep that in place.
So that would be a different, we're going to be providing not only not virtual public comment, but a video instead of having some come up.
Are they not attaching files? It's all actual live videos?
Yes, except even Sharon Del Seuss will come in and start her item, right, and then show like a video afterwards in conjunction with it, but there's still a person who comes up and does it.
Okay, I thought we were allowing that.
No, ma'am. Yeah, that would be a difference. So the status quo is to allow for virtual public comment, but a person actually has to do it.
Okay, but essentially we can emphasize that they can still speak in the middle if they can't come in person.
Yes, ma'am. We provide virtual. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
I support 3 minutes for everyone, and then obviously with the exception of if somebody's calling in. I would also suggest limiting the comment to an hour and a half, because the challenge is that when we have a contentious item on the agenda, then typically we had individuals that were taking advantage by speaking at during that period when there might be another individual that comes in that has to speak to something generally, whether it be, something that's not on the agenda. So I think this allows us to prioritize individuals that have nothing on the agenda and they can speak during that lunch hour, whereas the other individual will still have the availability to speak during the agenda item. And then that way, whether it be for whatever the subject may be, then if they feel that's again, we're offering all these options. They can speak to us, they can write to us, they can send us emails, whatever the case is, they can call us, and then they'll have the opportunity to speak during that item. So I would support limiting it to an hour and a half, but 3 minutes for everyone, with the exception of people that call in that are from out of town.
Councilman, did you have a comment? Councilman Hernandez?
Oh, no, I was just going to
do the motion. Okay, well, Councilman Cantu, did you want to make the motion? Or do you want to hear his amendment? What was your amendment?
The amendment was to add, allow all in-person registered speakers. So including the language in person between all and registered. So, but you got to have the motion first, and then you add the amendment.
Okay. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Here's what I heard, that most of you want 3 minutes to everybody except for out-of-town people. Now, I'm still confused over, do you want an hour and a half? Do you want it just to be 3 minutes and you just come up here and talk if it's 4 hours? Because I figured up an hour and a half, I think that's 30 people at 3 minutes, right? Is my math right? 3 times 3 is 90. Okay. So that's the dilemma. Now the dilemma is, do you want it an hour and a half? Do you want it just whatever it is? If you have 85 people, then, and we did have 85 one time. We did. It's 3 minutes. And then you go back to the point. And hey, look, I want people to talk, I always have. But the most important thing we do up here, we're spending millions and millions of dollars up here. We have got to have clear heads. We cannot spend 4 hours for public comment. We can't. You can talk to them after, you can talk to them email, you can talk to them on phone. I get text all the time. So I'm going to go with whatever I think the consensus is, and I'm really not real sure what it is.
Yeah. Click your.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, when he makes his motion and he makes his amendment, I'm also going to make an amendment to limit it to an hour and a half. And if that fails, then that fails. And if it passes, it passes. So that way we'll have 2 amendments.
Robert's Rules of Order. Gotta love it. So we're gonna shut the people up for an hour and a half. It's crazy.
No, we're not. This is democracy. We're going to vote on it.
But can I ask clarifying questions?
Yeah. Councilman Roy.
So I just want to ask a clarifying question. When you talk about this hour and a half, if you put it at an hour and a half, and let's just say hypothetically there's 85 people here wanting to talk, you're basically going to take the 85 and divide it by 90, and so each person would have a minute, and I didn't do the math, but I'm just saying like a minute and 10 seconds. If you have 85 people.
Right.
If you have 30 people, then everybody gets their 3 minutes.
Yeah, but when you had, I'm sorry, when you had, in the times that we've had 85 people, there was opportunity to speak at the agenda item. So they'll still have that opportunity to speak at the agenda item.
I got you. Thank you. That's all. Okay.
I got you.
It'll be both, right? So it'll be both. The noon and the agenda item. Councilwoman.
And the other thing is, when we did it at the county, if you had, say, 30 minutes and you had 30 people, what they would do is, because if you'll notice, when you have that many people, they're saying the same thing. Majority of them are saying the same thing. They're passionate and they're saying the same thing. So a group would get together and they would have a spokesperson. I'm not saying I'm for doing that. I'm just giving you an example, because you have to look at all of it. I'm seeing frowns out there. But anyway, I'm open to whatever the consensus is.
You're good. Wait, did you make the motion? You turn your thing off.
Well, I'm going to make.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
To move public comment to 12 p.m.
Yeah, put your microphone. Thank you. Go ahead.
I make a motion to move public comment to 12 p.m. and give everyone 3 minutes to speak.
Second.
Mayor, I make an amendment to the motion to include in person between all and registered speakers. So that means 3 minutes only for people that are here in person.
City related. And 1 minute otherwise.
1 minute, well, that's already included. That's
right.
That's
okay. We have a motion and a second. Second.
All right, and then Mayor, I'd also like to amend the motion to to limit the noon hour speaking to an hour and a half. However, this entitles an individual to be able to still speak on the agenda during that time, of which there's no limitation. And I might add that the legislature, they have each item that is open for discussion, and people sign up specifically for that item. So we're not going to be that much different.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my motion.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
If you vote the other way on your, they can still sign up to an agenda item as well, right?
To repeat that?
Just making sure that they can still sign up on any agenda item.
Right.
Okay, making sure.
So it's two opportunities, at noon and then at the item if one, Councilman Scott.
All right, I'm in. Noon, 3 minutes good, except for 1 minute if you're not, you're online. And I support the 90-minute, and I would submit to y'all that we've changed this 4 times, maybe 3 times in the last year. So if it doesn't work, change again. It's just, I'm fascinated that it worked at the county, I think, and it seems to work at the port, I'm told. So I'm interested in trying it.
Is that a second?
Yeah, I second. I didn't know you had not a second. My apologies.
So what are we voting on? We have all these different motions. I don't understand.
Can I just get
Councilwoman Paxton?
Just real quick, just a clarification. Gil, on your amendment, the 1 minute to go online, that does not change if you have a Corpus Christian citizen online, they still get their 3. That was not your intent.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted clarification on that. And so now, Rebecca, we're going to vote in a reverse scale amendment, most recent to Gil's, and then the item. Thank you.
But can you, for clarification, Councilman Barrero, your amendment?
So my amendment is to limit the noon hour to an hour and a half. Okay. However, just for clarification, any individual can sign up to speak during the agenda item, and that amount would be unlimited. So if 80 people sign up for one particular agenda item, then during that agenda item, they'll be allowed to be heard.
Right.
But general public comment is an hour and a half.
But the problem is that we don't know what time we're going to hear that agenda item. People can't sit here all day long.
You're talking to an individual that testified at 4:30 in the morning of the
I don't
Texas
care what you did, Roland. I'm telling you about.
Well, then if you don't care, then don't bring it up.
Okay, so we're
We're going to start or what?
it's,
I mean, I'm ready, man.
no, we're not starting.
Whatever you want to do.
We're not starting. We're just clarifying. So it's 90 minutes, 3 minutes for all minus out of town. That's it? Right, his amendment. And we have a motion and we have a second. So, but is everybody clear? I just want to make sure. We've had a lot of amendments.
So are we going to?
I have no idea what we're doing.
Point of order, Rebecca, do we have to have public comment before we start voting on the amendments?
Do we have to have what?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, we have to have public
Okay,
comment.
yes, but I want to make sure Councilman, it's 90 minutes. I'm sorry, it's 3 minutes a person, 1 minute if you're from out of town.
But are we voting all together in one thing, or how are we
Yeah,
voting?
all together. Well,
One amendment at a time.
I'm sorry, yes, but collectively, that's what it is. And so the third thing is the new.
So 90 minutes.
So the difference from what you originally stated is the 90-minute limit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Got you.
So I'm going to go ahead and open public comment on item number 20. If you'd like to make public comment, come on down.
Susie Luna Saldana. While I appreciate you taking it back to 12, because I prefer it that way, I have the time to sit here all day and wait for you to come up with the action items. But now you're limiting them to signing up for the item? That's what I heard Mr. Barrera say, limited to sign up for the item. Now, one of the things that I'm in favor of that Ms. Vaughn said, Councilman Vaughn said, was that if you have 5 people or 10 people that are going to speak on the same thing, that they can get together and pick one spokesperson. I don't have a problem with that, because if it's arranged correctly, it can be done. It's done at the CCISD, if you have a large contingency, but I don't want you to limit people with their ability to talk. Taking Mr. Councilman Everett's example, what is it that you're talking about if you've got 30 people and you've got 32 and then you're not going to let those 2 people speak? You have to take those things into account, because it's going to look bad on you. And it's going to, the first thing people are going to say is you're not willing to listen to the people. So this is a very strong change. Make sure you keep it right.
And thank you. Picture. There you go.
Susie, I just want to give a statement of fact. I think what they're saying is if you had 32 people, then essentially they would get like 2 minutes and 40 seconds or something like that. So they just shorten the time frame to make sure that everybody spoke, but it would shorten it from 3 down to like 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Well, in your discussion, it's not quite coming across that way. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay.
Scott Barros in Nueces County. Glad y'all are going to move it to 3 minutes. What I am concerned about, you talk about speaking on agenda items. We are not in the city limits. Y'all have not talked about agenda items. Would y'all still be keeping that to 1 minute or moving it to 3 minutes? Because it makes a difference. And I don't like y'all to talk about moving to 3 minutes for people you provide water for, but no consideration to the people you take the water from, us rural residents. Y'all need to keep that in mind, but I appreciate y'all moving things to 3 minutes. One thing to consider, you could possibly move public comment to noon and a 5 o'clock and have a split time limit where you can accommodate everybody, maybe 45 minutes to an hour on each side. And whether you want to do noon or do 5, and y'all could still meet everyone's time limits that they have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In front of a category.
Per square non-resident. Thank you. I appreciate y'all bringing this back up. I think it's really important. CCW serves over, and these are not exact numbers, CCW serves over 700,000 customers, 7 counties, but population of your voters are 317,000. So that's only half of what's represented here by the decisions you make. As Scott said, you represent those that are taking, and not those that you're taking from. So the other thing, and I understand where you're going through or what you're thinking through on how to make that workable. One thing to keep in mind with your hour-and-a-half limit, and that limits the amount of people that can do it. I've come up here personally to speak, always given the 1 minute, but I'm always the last of those to get to speak because I'm an outside resident. I'm always on that back end of the list, and I was here on that night of the 85. And so if you're going to limit that, make sure that you don't exclude non-residents by that hour and a half. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Councilman. Hang on.
I just was hoping for a point of clarity. My understanding of our discussion is the 3-minute extends to the individuals that come to this location. So it wouldn't exclusively be the counties we serve. It would be anybody coming up to the mic. So 3 minutes to that. Mm-hmm. I just wanted to make sure to talk city business. Right. Yes. Mm.
Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. I support 3 minutes for everyone. I think it's hard for people with normal working jobs to come here and wait for an agenda item to come up. Noon is convenient. I feel like if we're going to limit that noon time period, we should also open up a second time period for people with normal working schedules to be able to come in after work. Because if they're relying on their lunch hour, they might not be able to come in or wait. So, you know, I'm up for the simplest, most effective solution, but
on 37, 10, 57, let's see it.
Hello.
Frank.
I guess so. He yo one. He yo one.
Radio check tonight from the yard.
Hello. Hello.
Frank.
I guess so.
Captured security footage jumping off the roof of the alleged shooting location, Pelosi Center. Do we have any idea how the suspect got up on the roof in the first place? I think for members of Congress, especially after Butler, Pennsylvania, it's just unimaginable that you would hold some type of security breakdown prior to an event of that size where somebody could access a rooftop.
That's 1624 roof.
Hello.
Well, you got him or you just come out here? They probably
telling me what to do. Just kind of working out with him when he was both of us. I'd load his bullets and get ready for it. So it just kind of works that way for both of us.
King of 2 Miles is being brought to you by Night Force Optics. Rugged, reliable.
To academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands, do you think that there would ever be a case where it's appropriate for the federal government to intervene in what's taught actually the classroom?
To the amount
Lindsay, if I may.
To academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
By show of hands, let me ask by show of hands, do you think that there would ever be a case where the federal government taught to intervene what's taught actually the classroom? Lindsay, if I may. One thing the federal government is
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Do about annually 7,000 inspections annually. So it's 7,000 inspections per inspector, which I can tell you been in other jurisdictions.
Command and audio settings successfully.
Holy Father,
Aliens that make American cities the safest in the world. And when I campaigned, I talked about crime, but I never knew that we were going to get into it like we did.
Location of certain
murders. Recently had one deal where they had 11 murders in one weekend, and they said, well, yeah, but it was a
Can you please put the ramp?
Stand out. In 1965, a few scientists at Bell Labs joined with peers from MIT and General Electric on a project called Multiplexed Information and Computing Service, or MULSYS. The idea was to create this general-purpose utility for sharing time on a computer system.
When I was home recently, I met with the agency Tampa office of the FBI, and I saw what they're focused on in my community. Stopping drug traffickers, rescuing children from exploitation, fighting cybercrime, protecting us from terrorism, foreign and domestic, and I know from my time as federal prosecutor as
every leader so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love. Investing entirely, not doing day trading.
This has been going on for a year.
Something that would be in the interest of the American.
Patrick. I need repairs. Oh, yeah. 30 hours. 9609.
10-4.
Seven 106-3887 18877. Oh, 3189. Oh, that's cool.
Cutting in.
3189. Oh, 3189.
Cowboy, cowboy.
Alright,
24-1B base, Canadian Yard. Unit. You get it? Well, 33. Yeah, I have a pickup, Martinez, at Sage Apartments. Is there a code to get in? Yeah, 4.
Route 11, 1070.
Starting JSON security scan.
14, minute 11, into 14 minutes 11 for Suicide Cutting, 6162 Missy Meadow, 6162 Missy Meadow, promo 707, ESC 429, work off last one, 1302.
Lori. Simple. Just hang on for a bit.
Alert. Malformed file moved to quarantine.
Zero 01, 51, 15, 39.
Informant 707.
$9.20.
49 cents.
Scan complete. System is secure.
Roger. Track whenever you're ready. Before me.
Yeah, 212 Sunset. Gregory.
County.
644, 10.
And 23 La Paz Drive. 03723 La Paz, LA space PAZ Drive. Called in by Rebecca. 4637. Repeating. Oh yeah. Copy that. What was the call, please? to Metro. Negative, no description was given on in. Six of Destiny.
Yeah, kind of far. Twice. Park 906, clearing out of Northwest Senior Center. On A1044. Paul John Henry 6529. Paul John Henry 6529. call.
One 41. I have a caller on 710. Said you called yesterday about a dog that was found. They're wanting to follow up with you.
Received. Received.
Case 40 now. Address.
648. The 1809 Dolphin in Portland.
The 4-3 around. Alright, just go to page 2.
Walker, suicidal. Area 4, County Road 704. 704, lot 60. Call Health and Human Services advising she was going to kill herself today. Do not advise.
Table.
Yeah, the 5346 County Road 1675. Honey?
One base. Lights are out at Woodridge and Airline.
Another guy near the floor with wrong. Okay, if Robert calls you, disregard that message. It was on accident. The other truck's over here, so I thought I was. Yeah, just hang on tight over there.
$633, I'm in the area.
710, it's going to be the SPCA.
Receipt.
660, good calls.
660. 635.
Transit base to 906.
I think that boiler room's going to be by the cafeteria. I see Devin back there with his construction crew. 3510-4, can you dispatch EMS to my location? Possible overdose. Make 7. $22.31. 635. Were you able to copy my traffic? Laurel Street. It's going to be in reference to possible fraud. Are people getting a check? Pick up the next call. It's going to be in reference to a threat. 10-4. Everything.
Easy.
Six 33, 10-4.
Careful.
Given by Thomas Gonzalez, phone number 361-290-9418. Repeating 361-290-9418. He's supposed his vehicle that's parked in a driveway at the location, like a four-door SUV that's halfway on the street, halfway in the driveway, blocking the sidewalk.
County on US 77 in Embarque. They were requesting a DRE. Already created the call.
Main 24.
Work order 282. Southport Avenue. That's a signal lit outside. Park heading to Lawrence Edge. Workforce Solutions, ESV 1006, going to be on the sidewalk. I'm sure you're working off fire dispatch, pad 1339. Trying to get an apartment number. The ESC 6001. You should be working off EMS 1 at 1339. And received. Engine 1, I can show you clear. And Engine 6, Medic 6, it looks like they're going to be in the grass by the mailboxes. Page out fire for execution. Received. Engine 6, I'll show you clear. Okay. Medic 13, Flowerball Fire Department, Medic 13. ESD 13. That's about an hour.
Same unit. Send P, suicidal subject, coffee crisis hotline. Two. Karen Delvoske. Leaving yard radio check. Oh, there's your arrow board. Simple. Fetch.
And go ahead.
Show me en route back to the facility.
10-4. Hi. Two more. Received. Double. Fine, if I didn't imagine. Zero.
AC-91 dispatch.
931, go ahead.
Can you close out the call I'm working with? One made contact with victim and one made contact with witness. Yes, it does. Trigger with a part in the middle, no skill. Fake 2, trigger with a part in the middle and no skill. Simple. How about it, J-Blow? Right now. Is there a lot of people? Maybe like 4 in front of me and then like 4 behind me. You're getting a low key or what? That's the word, bird.
Starting JSON security scan.
Server 620 will be in. So are you close to? Therefore. Two 622-23.
So, Lieutenant, with report.
Four down.
Hello?
Down.
Frank? I guess so.
Dave.
Yo, 1. Hey, yo, 1. Hello?
Frank?
Unusually quiet.
Hey. Their original target, but also undocumented ICE says.
Hey.
What we're sworn to do is protect the country.
Scan complete. System is secure.
Security says they've arrested undocumented immigrants with convictions including criminal sexual conduct with a minor, aggravated assault,
Waverly Wild
domestic violence. The operation comes after federal prosecutors earlier accused dozens of innocent Somali communities for allegedly stealing.
They need to know all that information. So that's what we're doing.
ICE
System is secure.
Complete radio check 10-8 from the yard.
Relay message.
We have to take the other heart. Pass the number, please.
907 was a trim offline. Okay, I'll see if I can do anything with that.
Can you notify Union Pacific? It looks like the railroad arms are malfunctioning both on Sinton Street as well as
Negative.
Market.
It's in the water.
It all depends a lot of times on the duration of what the event. If they're going to maybe leave their house or leave wherever that they stay currently to go and get transported, whether through the bus or whatever other services to it. So we're trying to see what is the duration, what's the likelihood of individuals using that center. And then we're always in contact with our local shelters and to see what is their capacity, what are they seeing, can we put some more folks in there, and if they've reached capacity, a lot of times
as you'll see when I click the menu here, things have gone a little bit loopy because we've just changed the font, so let's just do a restart.
most of them, I think, understand where their capacity is. They do everything they can to even increase that.
What they wear up there, flying spiders.
I want to show you. This video shows a 10-year-old boy in Louisiana jumping from a moving car that was stolen while he was in the back seat. The boy's mother told our New Orleans affiliate WDSU the carjacking happened while she was inside a store and that she heard her son screaming. Police say the boy was not injured and the suspect, you see him here, has been arrested. In California, another frightening car incident. Video captured this car, you see it here, speeding down a busy tarmac at John Wayne Airport, zooming past multiple planes.
Target 320,
unconscious 2701 Morgan, 2701 Morgan, Suite 400, ESC 304, we're passing with 11412.
Roger that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I'm going to show you. This video shows a 10-year-old boy in Louisiana jumping from a moving car that was stolen while he was in the back seat. The boy's mother told our New Orleans affiliate WDSU the carjacking happened while she was inside a store and that she heard her son screaming. Police say the boy was not injured and the suspect, you see him here, has been arrested. In California, another frightening incident. Video captured this car, you see it here, speeding down a busy tarmac at John Wayne Airport, zooming past multiple planes.
Flying spider jets.
Alright, careful. I'm moving to Oklahoma Road.
And we salute
Yeah, 10-4. It was the other one going along the Sawhill side, but the train was malfunctioning there between Fenton and Market. They were down and there was no train.
And the system will now reboot. And once again, we're arriving in Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on the desktop with the Welcome Wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, once again, there is an NVIDIA graphics card installed. We need to launch the driver manager to install this drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card, and here we are back on the desktop with a Welcome Wizard. There's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. When you will try and virtual box installer, get us online by connecting to your Wi-Fi. Now this time it seems to be happy, so we'll test Rick on the next screen, but if we were working on a computer with Windows installed, this screen would look something now like this.
The DA confirming he used a knife to allegedly kill his parents. Matt Ryan was expected to appear in court today, but his lawyer says he has not yet been medically cleared.
Reporting tonight on affiliates in one transaction, and so they're well invested and very strictly into minor league baseball, and they've been in some of the most historic markets in minor league baseball as well.
These are some of the most serious charges that a DA's office can bring.
Well, so it'll be good.
Great. Maybe you can just send us a little update in the form of a memo, you know, in 3-4 months from now.
User? And if so, what do you think about the
see how things are going?
Let us all know down
Thank you, Brady.
in the comments section. But now that's it for another video. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe, and I hope to talk to you again very soon.
Phone's connection as it comes into range of different cell towers is recorded, tracking your movements. This data is linked to your IMSI, making it a personalized map of your daily activities. Essentially, cell providers know where we are at all times.
They can pinpoint exactly where you are and what you're doing. They can actually direct an ad to you.
This location data is not only used for things like targeted advertising. Cell providers actually have a long notorious history of
Something that doesn't include a space, that's what we've got a problem over there. Automatically installed the
Cell providers actually have a long notorious history.
The real truth, be honest, intellectually honest.
This is actually
the real truth is
which looks like this. On a nice fall day, you'll notice that the antennas are relatively large. These are cars, and my office is up near that wall there, which has a large 37-meter antenna in it. So we do a number of things.
Money to take care of us. And another pleasant more note, have a Merry Christmas and enjoy your space.
Thank you, Ms. Heavy lifting is being done right here inside of that, let's say, NGU or DAP, whatever you want to call it. This gateway is doing all of converting it once again into ccpd IP traffic. So what exactly does this firmware need to do?
If you want to configure it, there's lots of really good settings available. Not only do we have the normal Linux touch settings, but we have the
We'll work with RTA again for free transportation.
And the first layout is what we have Windows Live.
That is what we believe is a greater than an eighth of an inch of ice that will accumulate. Freezing rain is
Android XR powers everything.
So we can have that ice
All new form factors like Xbox Project Aura will expand the Android XR ecosystem, letting you take some of the immersive headset experiences on the go, like at a coffee shop. You can all these devices, customize them, giving you a simple conversational interface.
Available running out of station 72 for training.
Gonna let me our country be ruined because other people want to drop, as you say, their worst. They have given us their worst. They've loaded up our country with prisoners.
Subsidies expiring or not is not working for people. You've got to present a bigger vision, and I think the pox on both your houses is going to come up in those primaries. Carlos, let me get your take. In talking to a White House official, I was told, look, don't rule out the possibility that there could be an 11th hour deal. Is that person being realistic? Do you think that there could actually be an 11th hour deal here?
You could understand why it would happen.
Daily driver. But are you a Linux Mint user? And if so, what do you think about the latest version? Do let us all know down in the comments section. But now that's it for another video. If you enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. Be my own, subscribe, do let us all know down in the comments section. User. And if so, but now it's about the it for another video. If you enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And I hope you enjoyed what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. And I hope to talk to you again. Listen.
Response out.
Location was 10-20.
I've heard good things about him. Does something come up that I don't know? Well, I'd like to see him. I mean, I'm hearing very good things about him. So I thought by asking that question, something new came up. There's breaking news about Mark Walker. No, yeah, I'd like to see him. I've always found him to be a high-quality person, frankly. Yeah, I'd like to see that happen. I will say, John.
The system will now reboot, and once again we're arriving in the Linux Mint, this time installed on the computer. So I'll just log in, and here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard, and there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video, but the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, we need to launch the Program Manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card.
Configuration applied. Configuration applied. Stop for changes to take Stop for changes to take down mega
It's still a first draft. The applications are bare bones. The settings are very bare bones.
At the time,
you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be. Some stuff isn't as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems.
Then you add a filter at the top using the Add Filter button. As I do here, I click on Not, and tag name, and I pick Home. So, Not Home. So now all items marked as Home will not display. Then I can focus on foreign devices.
Huge table with purple chairs and silver. Guess what? You find out. And all my aunts were in there talking. I can hear my dad yelling outside. And dude. What's mom surgery? What's up? I remember hearing my dad and my cousin. Dude, you know that my dad is
we'll click on finish.
President Trump has been very vocal that he disagrees
And
with
here
the
we
fact
are
he wants
back
lower
again.
rates.
I need to log
Today,
in.
President Trump says not so fast, but
There we
Powell's
go.
term
And
is up
nothing looks
next year.
different. Now when guest editions
Interviewing
installed, I
candidates
can
to
right
replace
click and go
him.
to
I very much see a different makeup at the Fed depending on who the president chooses, and that could mean that there is likely even more division.
Are you dispatched? I'm still
next year.
inside. Oh, you're dispatched. And you're gay tourist, right? I'm gay video. And you're gay tourist, right? You want to
nothing looks different. Now when guest editions installed, I can right click and go
Oh, 62 on scene.
Yeah. She had an individual and they were getting off the unit and spit at her.
One thing that we all share as humans is that social life and social contact is an incredibly important part of our brain.
The program is to install a virtual machine. And here I've installed a virtual box which is running down here. And this allows you to run a guest operating system.
At the time, I didn't know how to
Host
start.
a name
I do
operating
that.
system. How to set up a virtual machine. It takes you through this. But just to show you what I've got going on here, down here I've got a copy of Windows 7 running. This is a test copy of Windows 7, and here I've installed, I think it's Office XP.
I contact with Joyce
You all know what a VPN does and why you should probably have one handy. It is
Santa will be coming down your chimney.
It is still a first draft. The
I have a
applications
beautiful
are
present for you.
the settings
What would you
are
like
very
Santa to
variables,
bring?
and you can clearly see that some stuff is not animated as it should be, some stuff is as smooth as it should be. There are some performance problems with opening and
just so people don't say it's going to violence on the law.
The call is clean and beautiful. Please remember that. But you don't want clean, beautiful.
Our main counterparts in China, Russia, and Iran. China alone, in Iran, we have had a 50% increase.
So when I'm at home or work, I could just say, but what about when I'm out and about? I have friends who actually don't like having constant connectivity on the go. And if they need to talk to someone, they'll find the nearest public Wi-Fi to briefly connect. These days, public Wi-Fi is everywhere, so it's not hard to suicide the privacy benefit of this is twofold. First, you can now keep your phone in airplane mode at all times, which stops it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. President of Public Safety and Emergency Management as mentioned, we will mention it several times, this is a very fluid situation and dynamically involving. Needless to say, my primary concern is
Okay, and then 9:15, Michael will come to the director's office, please. $646 at the jet. It happens on his bus. He's an individual fit on his flex shield.
And this is all steered by electronic phasing. So even back in the 50s, one view that you could do it.
Under graphics, again, that's a great deal. Image viewer, LibreOffice Draw, photos. You don't have a pin during the pre-installation program. Used to be included. Apparently, user feedback said people didn't want that pre-installed. And they'll say it yourself if you want it. On the internet, again, it's pretty minimal. We've got the Firefox web browser. We've got Convenient for connecting to remote desktops. We've got Office, which includes LibreOffice. You can press that.
What's going on with the desktop, although we can see the drives appear down there.
Poggi will be the interim coach for Michigan's bowl game on December 31st.
Hello.
Frank.
I guess so.
Yo, one.
Hey, yo, one. Hello. Out of McCarl Sports Complex. Hello.
Frank.
Operations ESP 2006 1339.
Hello.
Screen.
Yo, one.
10-4, I'll take care of it.
Hello.
Frank.
desktop environments in the Linux ecosystem. In this video, we are going to dive deep into what makes Kubuntu Linux special, why so many users consider it the perfect daily driver, how it compares to traditional Ubuntu and Windows, why KDE Plasma is universally admired for being stunning, yet lightweight, and how Kubuntu can transform your computing setup into a fast, modern, visually beautiful, and highly productive workstation. The moment you boot into Kubuntu, the first thing you notice is the pop.
She had an individual and they were getting off the unit and spit at her.
Jason, shall we clear one possible for relocation?
To academic excellence, to accountability, to meaningful engagement. And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
Let me ask by show of hands. And if we now minimize our browser and look in the downloads folder, we can see that in theory we can now get on with the installation. However, depending on how your system is already configured, a couple of other things may also need to be installed.
Underscore 20251211 123846.
And so, you know, the response we submitted speaks for itself.
He's advising his roommate moved out 4 months ago, left an aggressive dog. 2 feet 6 inches tall, 3 feet long, 90 pounds, Great Dane / German Shepherd mix. Wants it picked up.
Right across the street from the south. Go to the jail with one to Dr. Tuck.
26.
Yeah.
Over 361-232-1579. Repeating. 361-232-1579. He's advising his roommate moved out 4 months ago, left an aggressive dog. 2 feet 6 inches tall, 3 feet long, 90 pounds, Great Dane / German Shepherd mix. Wants it picked up.
Location
was
killed. He pledged to go after organizations on the left.
Repeating
the question. Oftentimes they
just
need a moment to process what you said. Now, if you want to delve deep into manipulation and dark psychology, I highly recommend watching this video. By a self-identified right-winger. When that assassination happened, the FBI released a written statement denouncing the killings and pledging to hold the killer accountable. And I thank
you. And to do that, I'm going to go down here to VirtualBox and I'm going to disconnect the network adapter.
Burn down your house.
Now, when we've done that, we get to this message because a virtual machine doesn't meet the requirements of Windows 11. But we can fix this by going backwards.
The question is, are we setting ourselves up for the Internet of Objects? I can describe how messed up the Internet of Things is, but the IoT threat was really made tangible during the second season premiere of the USA Network drama.
And on this
a woman comes home to find all of her smart devices taken over.
To launch the driver manager to install the right drivers for the NVIDIA graphics card. And just to be clear, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. But here for NVIDIA, we'll just Again. And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here, some of which I'll return to later in the video. But the critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card, you need to launch the driver and install the right drivers about the latest version. And just as you'll know, if you have Intel or AMD graphics, the best drivers will already be installed. That's it here for another video. We'll just, if you enjoy what you've seen here, please press that like button. If you haven't subscribed,
what the fuck is it good for now?
Accent color literally everywhere, and you can also pick a bunch of colors if you want, which is very nice because you can have an automatic color for all the containers, sidebars, and you can change your windows as well. The more important colors are when you pick a The only problem I see is that they don't really offer the other options.
Placements can complete.
So we'll click on OK. And if you now launch
1225 1211 120238.
Every one of them already has a lawsuit.
To those criminals, because they are so but if anything besides waivers
or 1 minute for non-residents over the phone.
Our virtual machine,
You could still get
it's not going to work full screen and allowing
it's going to say
a
you're
share.
not a Corpus resident who's calling in on the phone. So good luck enforcing that. As far as when to have it,
I guess I
doesn't
turned your
matter to
volume back
me that
down.
much, but the compromise is to do both. So have a noon session with a time limit, and have a evening afternoon session with no time limit, and you get to speak at one or the other. It's that very simple. You speak twice, you get one or the other. So you guys can limit the amount of time for noon so you can get to other business. Anybody who can't make that, or the 80, 70% of people who come here who can't
Not so on Windows. You will need to install
legally
anything resembling a good quality trim or a scan. Either the manufacturer will have a CD, in which case I hope you can use it, or you'll have to hunt online.
Object in this photo will possibly take you back to college physics class. Dr. John Shive, host of this next film, invented it at Bell Labs in the 1950s. It's called the Shive Wave Generator. Shive.
At the freight store, I had someone call me, a coworker who works for the ferries out in Port A.
He could say he's Jean-Luc Picard, come from the future to help Zephyr Cochrane make contact with the Vulcans on his comet. And then to make it city-related business, all he has to say is he wants us, the city, to partner with Elon Musk to build the warp core in the state aquarium. And now it's city business. So,
Ubuntu 24.04, and as one consequence, now uses Pipewire and audio as its default sound server.
Thank you, sir.
The system will now also be rebooted, and once again, we're arriving in this time installed.
Legally, can we...
So I'll just log in.
Do we have to do 3 minutes legally?
And here we are back on my desktop with a welcome wizard. And there's various things that can be done here,
and then
some of which I return to
later
in the video.
With a roundabout,
critical one is that if you have an NVIDIA graphics card, and on this computer there is an NVIDIA graphics card,
you can do a 90-minute time frame that you divide up between the available number of speakers. You can do that if you wish. That's
at the time, I didn't know how much they sucked.
Yes,
I do now.
They suck bigly.
Yeah.
I can use that word.
And I said
Garza,
to
District
them,
1. So the timing on this, yikes. Several people, including myself, pointed out some of these public comment concerns months ago, a long time ago. And I even reached out to the city secretary's office, and they were very helpful, and I expressed to them that I was like, hey, we should really address some of these issues because it leaves the mayor legally kind of hanging out a little bit when you move the time like that. We should do something about this. You know, you don't want to have to hash this out in public comment, but here we are again. The timing on this is bad. The timing looks bad because every time there's going to be serious discussion about water issues, now all of a sudden we want to limit, it seems perceived that you want to limit public input. And the sensationalism of that, people are going to start bombarding us from California is just ludicrous. It's not going to happen. There's people in this immediate surrounding area that they're working class and they want to call in.
Location
and they have limited mobility and they're worried about their wells drying up. You know, and you can't even verify if the person on the phone is from California or not. You're not looking up to see where we are. You know where I live. I just came from my house because I have the luxury of being able to sit and watch the circus. And I rush to get down here, but not everybody does. That's why I'm here, because people call me when they have time and say, this is undemocratic. This is legally going to put you in some minds. So, before you start making amendments and all this stuff, you can list these motions and you can pass them along, but it could be illegal. This could be legally out. We have a lot of people coming in to talk about the water issues, which that's what you want. You want to hear from everyone. And you're limiting it to 90 minutes, or you're cutting it out. The people who came, drove a while, they're having to get 3 minutes and do it in 1 minute. Not everyone's like me who has the practice to do this and do it on the fly. I'm doing this on the fly because this is huge. Don't just willy-nilly pass things, because you could be legally putting your butt or your mayor's butt or the city's butt out in legal jeopardy. Watch out. Thank you. For Rachel Caballero, D1, there's this thing called the U.S. Constitution. I'm not sure why exactly it is so difficult for you, everyone, to understand that that will supersede any city ordinance. We sit here as community members listening to asinine stories of somebody's mother over here and kids over here and a waste of time. And I would be really honest, if you have been given the opportunity to represent your constituents and you're making the decisions the day of the vote, that's alarming to me. That's extremely alarming to me. You should be doing your homework. Now, if you're on the fence, I understand that. But listening to your constituents, listening to your community should not hinder your ability to make a decision. And it is unconstitutional to put a time cap. And for the love of all that is holy, we are Corpus Christians. We don't care what's happening with the legislator. We don't care what's happening in San Antonio. We don't care what's happening in Austin or the port or the county. We care what's happening right here on this dais. And we expect to be heard. We expect to be heard. Every single one of us that is contributing to the tax bracket here. You don't have to be houseless to get help.
Suggest there to be a time cap
is tiring. Coworker who works for the ferries out in Port A.
November is coming up very, very soon. Very soon. Do the right thing. 3 minutes, everyone. No time cap.
Thank you.
Hi, Robin Collins, District 3. Gosh, I've missed all of y'all. But I'm a little confused. Will we get 3 minutes to speak on the topic, and then can we speak on the same topic then? That would be okay, because we would just each just the agenda item and then 3 minutes public comment.
Right.
Okay. This is what I wanted to clarify that. And as far as only city-related business, I saw an alien guy, and now I'm not going to tell which one of you is service. Talk with y'all. One of y'all is getting on the spaceship with me. I'm not going to tell y'all, so let you know later.
So they could talk on the public comment and set the issue on the agenda.
No.
That's what you just told me.
We can't do. It's public comment. It's city related. Correct, because that's what it was before. Public comment. It's city related or agenda, an agenda item. But then if you speak at public comment,
you know, of course you can go to another website
right, on the agenda item. No, later on you can speak on the agenda item.
And just like seeing just how easy it was.
You can't do that.
You cannot.
Right. That's right. You could speak.
Which is what it was
name
before.
Sanchez, first name
You can only speak on an agenda item at the item or at noon.
Yes.
Not both.
So you could speak one time on the item itself.
Right. Right.
So just to clarify that, because I think she thinks she could speak twice on the same item, so just once.
No.
Okay.
Right. 2 opportunities to speak, but only 1 on the actual agenda item.
Got it.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman. Okay, go ahead.
Joshua Frederick, City of Corpus Christi. I am in favor of moving it to noon. I've been saying that since we moved it to 5:30. I thought noon was the correct time because it's very important for y'all to hear from the public before we vote on it. It doesn't make sense to have them around things multiple meetings where, you know, and the public hasn't had the opportunity for general public comment. And so if they weren't here in person to speak up about those items, as we look at context discerns me. I also like the idea of moving 3 minutes for everybody that comes in person. I think that's brilliant. I'm not a huge fan of half of it. Line that time up if you have plans, statements to make. If you have an impassioned speech, it's hard to go, oh man, turns out there's 75 people signed up, so now I got to cut it down to a minute and 12 seconds. I don't find that to be appropriate. If that is the direction we are going to go, then I would say, because the city does have very important business to be done, right? There are heads of departments here that are sitting around while the public is making those comments. Then I would say having a second public comment period at 5:30 as well. And of course, you should only be able to speak once on any given agenda item and once at Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick. Anyone else?
29, negative 29. PL1 ready.
Go ahead.
Hi. Excuse me, sorry. Hi, Melanie Sanchez, Corpus Christi. Again, school worker here. The 12 o'clock thing that was discussed earlier doesn't work for school workers like me. Just keep that in mind. That's the same case for several people in several fields. This is getting convoluted very fast, and I would suggest not voting on this right this moment. It sounds like more discussions need to be had and things need to be written down before that decision comes. That's just my 2 cents.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Settings.
11
a.m.
We have a motion and a second. The 3 minutes for all.
There's two amendments, Mayor, so we would take the amendments first. The first amendment was made by Mr. Barreto, and it was, for the last amendment, I guess, was made by Mr.
179 files to persecute.
To put a cap on the 12 noon public comment period, that general public comment period, to 1.5 hours. So that would be the first thing that we would vote on.
Okay. We had a motion and a second for that one.
Yes, we did.
So we're voting on just putting a 90-minute cap on.
Right, and to achieve that cap, as Mr. Roy stated, our understanding is that we would divide that time, right? We're talking about 3 minutes, but to achieve that cap, we would divide the number of speakers by that hour, by that time, to figure out how to accommodate that number of speakers within that time frame. You explained it.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what we're voting on.
We're voting on just
that amendment to the main motion.
Okay. Everyone, please submit your vote.
439 is going behind rush, and then I'll make it 4.
That.
Okay, that fails.
Starting JSON security scan.
All right, so then the next amendment was to add in person.
That fog
and that would be
should require a warrant. It is a violation of our First
Mr.
Amendment.
Ganthu, you stated
Other people see it differently. Cops and prosecutors.
You stated the motion was a motion to, I'm going to use the word, to require general public comment to begin at 12 noon.
Number one,
and allow all speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment. So the amendment, Mr. Hernandez made an amendment to add in, allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak. Okay, but go ahead.
I just want I don't know if we can do this, but I think the thing is that if you're here and you're going to speak, whether you're from Senton or wherever you're at, don't put the Senton people at the end, or just put them all in there. You know what I mean?
Okay, so there's some wording in here that wasn't said by Mr. Ganthu about regardless of residency, right? Is that, so we're not going to sort by, it's just whoever in the order of sign up, in other words, right? It doesn't matter.
Right.
Residency, okay. And out of state?
Well, that's the 1 minute.
They still get 1 minute if they're out of state. Okay, and that's not in person because they wouldn't be here, right? Okay, got it. Okay. All right. Okay, so on the amendment to add in person, that's what we're voting on now.
Yes. So, Councilman, do you want to make that motion?
No, it's already been made, Mayor.
Oh, you amended it.
You made it.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead. So it's
just to add in person.
In person 3 minutes, out of state 1. Okay, please submit your vote on that.
Copy, Paul Lincoln, 0284.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so then, so finally, the last thing is the main motion as amended. So it's going to state motion to require general public comment to begin at 12 noon and allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment. Okay, and we didn't, Mr. Ganthu, you didn't state the residency or that it's effective January 27th. But, so I'm just stopping it there. Is that correct?
Open that question again.
You didn't say it. Okay, so just to clarify, you want those two things, right? To start the 27th.
One of the buildings here, one of the Brown University buildings, at 10:42, and she responded.
So he didn't say what this said. So I just wanted to clarify. He did not say what this said. Okay.
You're a speaker. I'm sorry? We just put it, turn your speaker on real quick. Just to clarify that you're good with
right. The way it was written, because you didn't say exactly what was written, but you're good with it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he's good, and we're all good with that starting on January 27th, regardless of residency. Okay, so that's what the amended motion is. Do you want me to read it again, or everybody good? One more time? Okay. So it's going to read, motion to require general public comment to begin at 12 p.m. and allow all in-person registered speakers 3 minutes to speak during public comment, regardless of residency, effective January 27th, 2026.
Okay. Please submit your vote. The motion carries unanimously. Okay. Very good. Moving on. Item 21 was tabled, so we're going to go to item 22. That is just a discussion and possible action regarding the Type B Corporation Business Incentive Agreement with Next Sports Company, LLC, including related operational issues, actions involving utilities access, and the filing of criminal charges, and to provide direction to the city staff, as requested by Councilmembers Eric Cantu, Sylvia Campos, and Carolyn Vaughn.
That he loves.
Who's going to speak on that? Councilman Cantu.
So I brought this on the agenda for a few reasons. One reason is the owner of the next sports company LLC got charged with tampering, messing with the water meters or something like that, getting water directly from the water pipe, whatever the case is. So my understanding is he paid for the permit, he got the meter installed, supposedly, all this good stuff, and I guess his contractor got in the water supply, and they blamed him for stealing water and filed charges against him. I want to know, when did we start filing charges against people stealing water from Corpus Christi? I know that there's people that get their water disconnected and they probably cut the log to turn the water back on and just bill them for the water. And then also the fact that he has tried to give you guys a check, I don't know, it was $5,000 or $10,000 for water, and they refused to take his check.
Time for vacuum cleaner, Bill.
KDE puts everything in one place with
this
clear
is
categories.
this is a small business that's doing a lot of good stuff in my district and in the west side of town. He's spending a lot of money on a sports complex for children, kids, teenagers, soccer fields, go-karts, whatever the case is. It's looking nice. That side of town needs something great like that. And for us to file charges against him, I don't think it's right. My
understanding for one vehicle rollover, unknown injuries, they advised some RVs, and the traffic support.
It was very disappointing type B board yesterday, knowing that this is on the agenda, and they couldn't postpone it. They just went ahead and voted to take his funding away and take his money away, $1.8 million. Knowing that today we're having this discussion, it disturbs me. I just feel like, for whatever reason, they didn't want to give him this money in the first place, and they were trying to find different excuses. I understand that he was getting,
and once again, we're arriving in the next minute, this time installing it on the computer. So we'll just log in,
extensions,
and here we are back on the
to do a lot of
desktop.
things, and I get it. Look, small businesses right now struggling, workers, finding workers to finish your project, contractors, you know, they're getting picked up. I mean, it's tough right now, and you know, he's not on time with his projects, but tell me who's not on time with his projects. I know the city's not. I mean, you guys are not always on time with city projects, and I just feel that, you know, he's being targeted on it, and
location
took away $1.8 to a small business owner who's trying to better Corpus Christi for the west side of town, because the west side of town gets overlooked.
Neatly organized interface,
You know, and
bottom
I
panel,
just don't feel
application
that's
launcher,
right.
system tray, and workspace switcher. Everything feels familiar to those users, which reduces the learning curve significantly. Ubuntu's attention to detail is also noticeable to UI components. Dolphin File Manager is considered one of the best file managers in the Linux
the water supply, get it, whatever the case is, but filing charges against him, knowing damn well that he's not the one who went and did it himself.
In any case, it just
was his
sounds like that
contractor. You also
warbling sound when I tuned
charge his
in
contractor.
that particular thing.
You know,
That's
why
one of
him?
those things.
You know, and I just feel, you know, and I talked to Mike Dice about the other day. I was told that the department went over there to shut him down because he didn't have no permits for building some bleachers or something like that. And I understand that, you know, and that's another thing I always complain about is there's so much red tape to get permits, you know, it's I wish we could just pay for permits and just go on with our business, but I just wanted to update, and I wanted to see what we can do about these charges, Miles. I mean, I don't think it's right. I think it's BS, and I think we should drop those charges. And, I mean, come on, you already took his $1.8 million. I don't even think there's nothing we can do about that. I wanted to find out if we can do something about that for the $1.8 million. Can he contest it? What is the options? Because, I guess the $1.8 million will go to another parking lot or something like that, and this $1.8 million is going to go to a nice sports complex for children on the west side of town.
That's the sound of someone who's misplaced
their
debit card.
So,
Not at the gas pump,
do something
or the checkout counter, or the
can the city send a letter to the DA and say, hey,
now, if he has the Chase
money, we'll
app,
drop the
he can use
charges,
card
whatever the case is.
I just locked my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and
Normally,
that sound, that's peace of mind.
They should not initiate those charges. They get investigated by police. Police file charges on class B or higher misdemeanor.
Employees is logic driven reasoning. Copyright is reasoning on real world